Test, test, test. Test, test, test.
Accidentally.
Test, test. Test, test. Test.
Or is that from, that's from my phone?
Test, test.
That's still from my phone. Sorry.
Test. I'm hearing it.
Is it? I'm hearing something, but not.
Test, test. Okay, that's really loud. Testing, testing. Test, test, test. Testing, testing. Test, test. I think we're just hearing from out there. Test. Well, I don't know. I can't tell.
Okay, there we go.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. Testing, testing. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. Hello, hello. Test, test. Test, test. Test, test. Test, test.
Check 1, 2. Hello, hello.
Yeah, I can hear it in here. It's not super loud, but testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. That sounds pretty good. Sure. Testing, testing. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. Testing the microphone. 1, 2, 3. Testing the microphone.
We are going to have.
Testing the mic. Testing the mic. 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Hello.
Testing Zoom. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Testing Zoom. 1, 2, 3. Testing Zoom. Test, test, test. Testing, testing.
Testing the microphone. Hello. Good morning.
It's not unbearable. And I mean, if you have to say something, it'll be clear. Yeah.
Test, test.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Test, test, test.
Test, test, test. Testing, testing.
This is the Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting on January 6th, 2026 in Board Chambers, Tavares, Florida. How are you doing?
How are you?
Good. Good.
Yeah, if you see the email this week, I put in y'all's area. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm just see if there's any more. Thank you. You're welcome.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Board of County Commissioners meeting today, this January 6, 2026, and we're going to open the meeting today with an invocation that will be given by Pastor Chase Allen from the First Baptist Church of Umatilla, and then we'll remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well, good morning. As always, thank you for allowing me to be here today to represent First Baptist Church of Umatilla and Jesus, and let's pray as we start today. Father, thank you so much for a beautiful day that you've given us this morning here in Lake County, Florida, God, that we could wake up and just use this day to your glory and to your honor. And so, God, I pray that that's what happens today as we go throughout all of our meetings and the business that will take place here in this room. I pray that everything that happens, that every word that's spoken would honor and to glorify you, and that we would just make much of you as we go throughout our day. Thank you again for just your son, Jesus, for his death for us on the cross, and giving us opportunity to be here today. We love you. We thank you. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you again.
Thank you. All right, agenda update, Jennifer Barker, County Manager.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. First, I would like to mention that Commissioner Sabatini, as you can see, is not able to join us in person today. He has requested that he be able to participate remotely today. He has been called away to serve in his capacity as the National Guard member. He is out of state. In order for him to participate and vote remotely, this board would need to add an emergency agenda item to the agenda at this time, vote to approve to add it to the agenda, and then you would have a second vote to either approve or not Commissioner Sabatini's remote participation. And with that, I'll hand it back over to the commission.
Okay, all right.
Is he able to be on the online?
Eric is Commissioner Sabat. He is not signed in currently.
That's fine. I'll go ahead and make a motion to put him on the agenda for
Second.
remote approval.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, and then we just need a second vote to allow him to remotely vote.
Move to approve for him to vote remotely.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we've taken care of that, and then we'll see whether he is able to sign in or not.
Correct.
Okay, moving along then to minutes approval. Mr. Cooney,
Good morning. I have one set of minutes for your approval. Thank you.
do we have a motion that's November 18th, 2025?
Move for approval. Second.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes. Moving then to citizen question and comment period. During this period of the meeting, this is when the public can discuss items that are on today's agenda, with the exception of zoning items, which we will take up when we get to the zoning hearing. Anyone who's joined the meeting through Zoom may use their phone and press *9 to virtually raise their hands, and then you will need to click the raise hand button to let us know that you actually wish to speak. Everyone has 3 minutes. We'll have a buzzer that goes off. Sometimes when you're speaking, you don't hear that go off, so I might have to remind you, but try to be cognizant of that and wrap up your comments within that 3-minute period. We have several cards. A lot of the cards are related to zoning matters, which we will get to when we get to the zoning matters. So I'm going to go through the cards that appear to be non-zoning matters, and then we'll go from there. All right, the first one is Patty Kendrick, under general concerns.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to talk, even though I'm nervous.
All right.
My first comment is that I just was wondering, since I emailed all of the county commissioners, but I didn't hear any response from anyone, I'm wondering, did I do something wrong, or is that the way it works?
It depends. If it's a zoning case, a lot of times we won't respond because because it's a quasi judicial matter, and so we don't do personal emails.
Well, my email was a
zonings.
general, in general, over like development and things. I mean, it wasn't particularly about, in fact, I probably only mentioned this one zoning thing once, but I mentioned lots of different things. Like, I came back a few months ago when you had the town halls and the 2050 planning, but I never heard back and, what the summary was of the survey. Is that something that I can find out?
Yeah, and that's actually online on our website. I think we've got the survey summary. Let me just confirm.
Yes, we can actually have Kathleen Dial will be able to assist you in getting those results, and she can meet with you out in the rotunda.
Okay. Okay. So I'm kind of concerned about the overdevelopment that's going on, and, I know there needs to be housing, I know that, but is there a plan? Does Lake County have a plan? Because what I'm seeing is a lot of traffic, like up and down 27 is really a nightmare. And the more houses you build, each house probably has two cars. So I'm wondering if there's a plan to help that. And also, so many other issues, like the lakes. I've been around, I went to the landfill to find out about recycling, got 0 answers. 0. The guy didn't even know the statistics for what was being recycled, or who was recycling, or if there was any. It was kind of bizarre. He had no answers. And the lakes. So I went to the water authority about the, spraying of the lakes, and I didn't get very far with that either. Nobody tests the water in the lakes.
That's actually not true. There's a lot of testing that.
Oh, I tested. I'm a volunteer.
There's a lot of testing.
But there's no testing for pesticides. I talked to Kathy Cathays down at the Lake Authority water testing. That's where I volunteer. And I asked her, and she said they didn't. And I said, who does? And she didn't know. So I'm just pretty upset about that. Like, somebody ought to be in charge of testing the water. So mostly it's just environmental concerns. Oh, I'm finished? Oh my God, I made it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So I do have the questions, so maybe I can get some answers.
Certainly, and I'll be glad to write you back. I've made notes of the things that you raised today, so I'll be glad to write you back and answer each of those. Okay, Catherine Wright.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Catherine Wright at 40216 Gator Lake Road, Lady Lake, Florida, 32159. I am also here perplexed with the astronomical growth that is going on. You may know this or you may not, but between 2010 and 2022, Lake County have increased over 34%, outpacing Orlando. Now, according to drought.gov, which is the National Integrated Drought Information System, which is in partnership with the U.S. Department of Ag, the National Drought Mitigation Center, and the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration stated this on their website, that from 2025 January to November 2025, Lake County is the 6th driest in over 131 years. That the amount of area in Lake County that is abnormally dry is 97.63%. Pretty awful. The building that is going on is literally going to add to this problem. Let's face it, why not build? The fees are extremely low. I'm asking for a moratorium. I know you guys may not like this idea, but we love our water and quality of life without being flooded or wells drying up due to the rapid development going on at a rapid speed without a proper assessment on the building that is already approved. So I again ask for a moratorium. Thank you for your time, and it's called drought.gov is where the quote is from. Have a wonderful 2026.
Thank you. Cindy Newton.
Morning, Happy New Year. SB 208. It will limit what local governments can do even more, and give more control, lose more control over development. And this is going to be on the Judiciary Committee agenda to be heard January 12th. It's already gone through its first committee, and meeting's at 4 o'clock. So I'm hoping we'll be able to pay attention and have people write to each of our legislative delegation representatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Herzog.
Good morning, everyone. Got a little one in the back. My name is Brandon Hartzog. I live in Paisley. Most of it's for my county commissioner. I've emailed you several times about the speed of Lake County Sheriff's Office in Paisley. On December 8th, I emailed you. They ran through the school zone. They were going almost 100 miles an hour when they came through there. We had people standing at the church that could document it. You didn't even email me back. The other one, Megan Melanese with Emergency Management. I've been trying to get a certification from them for a class that I took here. Can't get an email back from her as well. The last thing that I want to talk about is North Lake Park. We've taken North Lake Park. We're taking the superstructure that's there, the biggest piece of play equipment. They want to take it out. They want to replace it with a little rinky-dink backyard play set. It's not going to accommodate all those kids up there. Do we want to have kids that play at a park or kids that get in trouble? You haven't done anything for us in North Lake County. You're too worried about this vet stuff that you do down here in the other end of the county where you're trying to build stuff here and there. You haven't done anything for us. We don't appreciate it. It's our turn to start talking back, and we're going to start telling you at every one of these meetings, we want you to answer our emails, and we want you to show up. We don't need you to show up in just the parade and you don't throw some candy out. My kids are there. I have 3 boys, and all 3 of them deserve a better Lake County than what you're giving us. And if one of those kids get ran over by the Lake County Sheriff's Office because you won't answer the phone or you won't answer email, and I keep getting silly little messages back from the Sheriff's Office, somebody is really, really not going to be happy. This is not the first time I've called. I've called many times. I call the Sheriff's Office. I get nothing. I've been an EVOC instructor for over 15 years. I worked for the fire department for over 20. What they're doing is not safe. You're turning a blind eye to it. That's all.
And let me just assure you, I'm not going to go back and forth with you, but I'm not turning a blind eye to something. Don't even try, because we're not going to go back and forth. I'm just going to make it clear that when I get a message about the Sheriff's Department, I reach out to the Sheriff's Department. I don't have jurisdiction over the Sheriff's Department. We don't have jurisdiction over the Sheriff's Department.
You have constituents.
He
You
is.
should reply to them whenever they send you an email.
So, and I'm not, okay, we're done, but I'm going to make it clear that those complaints go directly to the Sheriff's Office. And as far as Parks and Recreation in the North Lake Park, that's a phenomenal park. It serves a tremendous number of residents and children in Lake County, and I have utmost confidence in our Parks and Rec staff that they evaluate equipment, so we can certainly talk to them to we're not going to go back and forth.
My time up?
Your time was up.
What about-
It doesn't work that way.
Okay. Well, they're taking down a structure and they're putting.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Okay? I don't mean to be.
Next month, and I'll be back
That,
again until
that,
we start.
that's
on the
fine,
list to us.
that's fine. But I spend a huge amount of time in the Astor, Umatilla area. I work really, really hard to address concerns that are within the purview and jurisdiction of the Board of County Commissioners. So I'm not going to just sit here and have somebody tell me that I don't care about the people in North Lake County or the children or the safety of people. So next card is Stephanie Burgess.
Can I show some pictures?
Absolutely. You can lay them on the screen there. Uh-huh.
See that whole picture? Okay, I'm here to talk about the Heritage Green Conservation Subdivision, the 217 acres that are supposed to go in on the Wolf Branch, Round Lake, Scenic Hills area. We've been going round and round with these guys as far as the size of lots and the area there. It's horse property, it's agriculture. We all have acre, 2 acre, 5 acre horses, livestock and whatnot. I guess what I'm getting at is that, first of all, they're putting the cart before the horse. The flooding, there's no infrastructure for it. They don't know what they're going to do about the sewage, though they say Mount Dora is going to take it. There's no contiguous infrastructure put up for that. There's no survey or permits done for any of the endangered gopher turtles. The lot sizes, again, they're putting, multiple houses on 1 acre lots. They should be at least 1 acre lots. I mean, if we were gonna, there's no emergency access, there's not enough schools, there's waiting lists for kids to get into school. You can't get into schools because there's not enough room for them. The housing tracts that you're putting in over there, I don't know if you've ever walked in that area or seen those homes. The houses are right on the street lines, and this development is putting it right smack in the middle of people that, the lifestyle that we have with horses and animals and things like that, agriculture, it's disrupting it. I guess the main thing is the flooding issues, the extra 500 cars that are going to be going up and down Wolf Branch. Ownership on that property has changed at least 3 or 4 times because you can't develop it because of the topography. We've had gentlemen that did this original, and it shows, this is not going to change. Here's Amos. This is just to give you an idea. All right, now I'm going to give you another couple pictures just so I'm running out of time here. This is 1982. Okay. Here we are, right in this mess here. It's a wetland. This is where we are now because of development and irresponsibility, not only with the nursery, but treadmill. Here I am. Could I just finish up just with a couple more photos real quick? Just want to just give you a quick kind of what we're looking at. This is what we're looking at for the entryway. And you're going to have another 500 cars go out our entryway off of Scenic Hills, which you're turning into a continuous Round Lake Road. This is right here. You're going to continue on down our road here. But the problem is the access way to get to this property, and there's only one that's been talked about, is through this road. So you're gonna have 500 people coming through this known flood area and coming out onto our street. And this poor guy, his backyard's flooded all the time. Every time we get a rain, he gets flooded. And then you had to buy somebody's house, and you put this thing in. Well, this thing isn't working. This is a Band-Aid. So the flooding hasn't been addressed.
So we're going to need you to leave the photos if you don't mind, or we can make copies of them, but
One other thing, just
we're-
this guy.
I've given you a lot of leeway here, okay?
He's an endangered guy.
So, and I want to point out too that the Bolero property that was torn down and the retention pond that's there, Public Works is working this month and next month. They're starting to work on an overall plan that will actually reconfigure that into a larger drainage type area, as well as culverts underneath Round Lake Road. So they were focusing on getting Wolf Branch back up and going, and now they're going to do a lot of focus there that will keep water off of that intersection that pushes towards your neighborhood. So I hear your concerns. We have denied that project when it came through. They've lowered their numbers. Now they're in a different review process because it's administrative as opposed to a county commission zoning case. So what is really important is that you get that information. You can write us, you can get it to our county manager so that it goes directly to the staff people that are looking at the road connections and all of the technical issues. They will be looking at the species, reports and all of those technical things. So it goes outside of the purview of the Board of County Commissioners, and it goes over to a staff review. So any of those concerns, we need you to get them to the county manager.
May I ask one other question, please? Just one. So is Janie Barron handling it? Is she the project handler of this particular project? Because I've tried to get a hold of her.
Janie is one of the planning managers within the Planning and Zoning Department. You can send any of your concerns directly to me. My email is Jennifer.
I need to write it down. Would you be able?
I can have somebody provide it to you. Misty will be able to provide my email to you. And then you can send everything directly to me, and I'll make sure it gets to the appropriate staff in the planning department.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone online? No, okay, all right, then we've got some cards that are on tab 4, so we are going to be pulling tab 4. I believe commissioners had asked to pull that as well. And then the others are zoning related. So we're going to move along to the clerk of court's consent agenda. Mr. Cooney.
Good morning again. I have 3 items on my consent agenda for your approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Moving then to consent agenda, tabs 3 through 7 with pulling of tab 4. Do we have any other tabs to pull, or do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve consent agenda minus tab 4.
All right, all in favor, do we have a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes. And picking back up to tab 4, Commissioner Smith, do you want me to do these? Commissioner Smith had asked that we pulled this one, so I'm going to go through the cards. Let's see. This is, wait a minute. This is different. This is zoning. Vance, Yocum.
Happy New Year. Glad that you guys all showed up to hear my comments, because I haven't been here in a while. But, I made a mistake. I started reading the agenda. And I didn't get farther than item 4, which is this one. And what it does is it asks you to approve a waiver of $848,000 for a developer's construction of a affordable housing complex. Now, I realize that there's probably legislation that says that they're allowed to do that and that they can file for it and everything else, but one, it was not described in the agenda at all about the amount. Instead, it said there's no fiscal impact at this time, which I disagree with. I think there's too many times when you guys are hiding the total dollar value of some of these decisions, and it should be in the main, the short agenda. But I've been watching the Doge reports. I've been watching the Doge Florida reports. I've been watching the Minneapolis fraud, the Somali daycare fraud, and all the government fraud. And one of the first audits I did at the County of Los Angeles when I started in auditing many years ago was a child care home. And I found all sorts of crap there. Sorry about my French, but and it's still going on, and I just am frustrated that it doesn't seem there's no oversight. Your inspector general never comes in here anymore. The previous one did. You've never audited the constitutional officers, and yet the sheriff has more than 50% of the budget. I believe that you need to start looking at tightening up on oversight. Now, this is a pretty good county, I will have to say, compared to others. So I'm not trying to say you're Minnesota, but you should have the controls, and Minnesota doesn't. And I don't believe that you're going to be happy if Blaise Ngolia comes in here to do his audit of this county. And I do realize that what he's doing is saying, well, the property tax total went up 40% in 5 years, and why did your spending level go up 80%? And that's a pretty easy shot to take. That's something you do in risk analysis for a professional audit department, but I don't know that you even have a professional audit department because Mr. Clooney never has them do anything here. And maybe you've had some audits, but the ones I've looked at, they're not at the level that the previous auditor did. And I would request that you have a full review of your spending systems, including procurement, these waivers, which is a giveaway, and tighten up a lot because the public is really getting kind of angry at the amount of waste in government and the overspending and the growth in taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Vance.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, if I can jump in on this. There is no fiscal impact on this particular agenda item because this is a subordination agreement. However, this board has already reviewed this project twice in the past. The first day was on May 20th of 2025, where the board looked at all of the advisory housing committee recommendations. We had a grouping of folks that came in asking for impact fee waivers for housing purposes. This board looked at all of those, chose this particular project. That agenda item at the time would have been fairly detailed, as was the board discussion. So what the board approved in May was a school impact fee waiver of $800,000, a fire impact fee waiver in the amount of $50,824, and library impact fees in the amount of $27,450. They had also requested transportation impact fee waivers, but the board denied those, so they will be paying transportation impact fees. It then came back to the board on July 22nd of 2025 for you to review and approve the agreement with the vendor. So there was further discussion at that time. And now this is coming back just as a final item. This is a subordination agreement that's required by the primary lender, which is a Fannie Mae lender. So the county was not able to make significant changes to the subordination agreement because this project is receiving federal funding and state funding. So I believe we're going to come in around 6th position because of all of the other funding sources. All of those other sources are affordable housing funding sources. So this project will be monitored by federal and state agencies for compliance. And there will also be some restrictive covenants and things of that nature that will be filed as well when we close on our loan, requiring them to maintain this as an affordable housing project. So again, today, this is just a consent item to approve a subordination agreement because we are not going to take first position, and the language of that document cannot be really amended much because it is a federal form required through Fannie Mae.
So based on what I understand from our Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, I know Commissioner Morris is sitting on that, this is one of those opportunities that through state policies and county policies where we do try to assist in situations to help with projects that are geared towards particular income levels and particularly families and so forth. So on the subordination, we were already pretty low, weren't we? I mean, we weren't first position.
We're not. I believe we were taking fifth or sixth position
Okay.
on this.
Okay. And then as far as you know, on these projects, I know in the past, they've had to put aside a significant amount of reserves that assure the ongoing maintenance and operation of these projects, so that, you know, for 20, 30 years, they literally have a funding level that's geared towards keeping them in good condition, making sure that they're not any type of a blight on the community, and they're available for folks to have attainable rent in order to live in them.
Correct. And again, they are getting significant funding from federal and state agencies, so they'll have to comply with all of those requirements.
Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Smith, you had a question about it.
I did. The only question I really have is, if you look at the agenda, it said that ECG Florida has requested county accept subordination agreements without staff recommended changes. What are the staff's recommended changes?
Again, the changes were minor wording changes, really for, you know, collection purposes and things like that. But because we are taking such a low position, it really isn't going to matter. If there is some type of default, the state or federal agencies are going to take priority. So as far as the risk of making those changes to the county and the board as a whole, the risk is very, very low, which is why we're bringing it forward.
Okay.
All right, do we have a motion to approve this subordination agreement?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes 4-0. Moving then to tab 8, public hearings. This is with regard to the legislation that mandated that we make changes to our land development regulations pertaining to agricultural uses.
So this will be an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, amending the following sections of the Lake County Code, Appendix Z, Land Development Regulations, Chapter 2, entitled Definitions, Section 30102, entitled Zoning District Use Regulations, Section 30103, entitled Schedule of Permitted and Conditional Uses, Section 30104, entitled Key to Conditions in Table or Permitted and Conditional Uses, allowing chicken farms, egg processing facilities, hog farms, mills, riding stables, slaughterhouses, and farm worker housing as a permitted use in the agricultural zoning district, creating Section 303 to establish minimum requirements for these uses, adjusting the zoning matrix to comply with Section 125.01055 Florida statutes regarding allowable uses under the Live Local law, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for filing with Department of State, and providing for an effective date. This is your second and final reading on this document. If you choose to approve it today, it will become ordinance 2026-1. And you will find in your packet the errata sheet showing the changes that the board had requested during the first reading, which was changing the buffer language so that a minimum buffer of 50 foot along all property boundaries will be required. Only the portion of the buffer set forth in 90106 shall require landscaping, so that depends on if it's buffering up against a different use. Maybe 10 feet or 20 feet would have to be landscaped, but the remainder of the 50-foot buffer would be in its natural state. And then to address a comment by Commissioner Parks, this would require that if a variance was sought, that the fee for the variance would be 50% of that shown in the fee schedule, so the agricultural uses seeking a buffer variance would pay a lower fee than a normal variance cost. So again, if you choose to approve this today, it'll become 2026-1.
All right, any questions?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm just going to propose, I don't know if Commissioner Sabatini is online yet. Do we know if he is?
I do not believe Commissioner
Okay.
Sabatini is online.
I was going to propose if he's not available for both tabs 8 and 9, that we table them. Maybe read it and explain, everybody's here, they can hear it, take comment. But since they're important ordinances, ordinance changes, trying to get all 5 of us here to vote, I would propose that we table 8 and 9. Of course, if anybody wants to comment on that, and we can go through the explaining what it is, but
Yeah.
So I'm okay with tabling tabs 8 and 9. I think it's a good idea to have all 5 commissioners here for this discussion. But I would like to, the people who have showed up here to talk about any of these 2 items, let them talk about it, and then we can table it after they have their
Okay.
discussion.
No, I think that's a good solution, and definitely, I mean, 8, I mean, it's a LDR change, it's very important. 9, obviously, very important, LDR change. I don't have any cards unless there's somebody online. Is there anybody online? Okay. I don't see now, it is a public hearing, so I guess I could open it up at this point just to see if we have anyone else who intended or has decided that they want to speak on this. And this is with regard to LDR change pertaining to agricultural uses. And the second one is tab 9. Let me just do one at a time to postpone. All right. I don't see anyone wishing to speak. Do you wish to speak, Cindy Newton? Okay. All right. So do we have a motion to postpone tab 8 until we have a full board?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that passes. Then moving on to tab 9, we'll go through the same process. Anyone here that wishes to speak on the Wellness Way development standards regarding landscaping regulations? And no one's online. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Do we have a motion to postpone to having a full board?
I'll move to table. Postpone, table, tab 9.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes. And that brings us then to our public hearings and rezonings. As we start the rezoning agenda, I need to remind everyone on the board that you're required to disclose any communications you may have had with applicant or members of the public about any zoning case on today's agenda. At the start of each case, please state the record of the names of the persons you've spoken to and the subject matter of the discussions. Any written correspondence that came in on zoning cases is in the zoning file, so those are already registered as public documents, and site visits should be disclosed. So we're going to start with tab 10, and pursuant to those instructions, let's just go ahead and disclose any meetings, site visits, et cetera. Commissioner Parks, you want to go?
Okay, yes, I think with, just to make sure, tab 2 and 3 met with the applicants, and there's nothing else that I've, other than working with staff on tabs 3 and 4, I mean, on 4 and 5, nothing else to disclose. Nothing with tab 1 either.
Okay, I have on the Whitaker property, met with their planner and engineer and staff to go over transportation issues, and then met on site with Mr. Whitaker and toured the property and had, discussions about the specific design proposals and densities and so forth. Commissioner Smith?
Yes, Chairwoman, I have met with the attorney and the applicant for tabs 2 and 3, none for 1, 4, 5, and of course, we've all received emails.
Okay. Commissioner
Same
Morris?
for me.
Okay.
2 and 3.
All right.
Nothing on the rest.
Okay, and then we have tab 10 and 11. This is with regard to the a proposed development agreement and addendum. So we're combining those. We're going to hear all of that together, or how are you proposing to handle that?
At the board's discretion, I can do the developer's agreement first per the agenda, or if you'd like to wait, we can combine that with tabs 2 and 3 in the rezoning agenda.
County Attorney, do you have a preference?
I would recommend that you do it all at the same time.
Okay. All right, so we'll take on the development agreement once we get to tabs 2 and 3. So that would put us on tab 1, and you have, don't you normally go through your advertising and so forth? You have your
Yes,
process
ma'am.
you have to follow? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald. I'm the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. We have 5 items today on our planning and zoning agenda. These items have been advertised in accordance with Florida statutes. And the first item is the Rafiki Foundation portable classrooms, and that is on the consent agenda. And I'll turn that back over to the board.
Okay, I don't have any cards on one. Is there anybody online that we see? Okay, all right, so if there's no opposition to keeping tab 1 on consent, then I'll take a motion for approval. Move to approve, okay, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, that passes 4-0. Then we're moving on to tab 2
Thank you, Chairman.
and 3.
Once again, for the record, Mike Fitzgerald, I'm the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. Tab 2 is entitled Lake Yale PUD. This requested action is to amend the future land use map on approximately 208.5 acres from rural transition to urban low. This is to accommodate a mixed-use development, including 1,150 active adult residential units, 450 single-family and multifamily units, and 100,000 square feet of commercial use and associated recreational facilities. The Planning and Zoning Board approved this on their regular agenda with a vote of 5-0. The location is north of County Road 452, south of Lake Yale in the Grand Island area. This request is compliant with our comprehensive plan and the fact that it's proposing a traditional neighborhood pursuant to policy I-1.3.1. The neighborhood will be an urban-type neighborhood that allows golf carts on the streets, and the streets will be public, and they'll be maintained either by a community development district, an MSTU, or an MSBU. The development does not propose any industrial, manufacturing, or office. This is the current land use and proposed land use. This is a conceptual plan of the phasing of the development. And I want to get to, and this is an aerial. The proposed development will be approximately 4 dwelling units per net acre. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan entitled Urban Low Density Future Land Use Category, which states that the urban low should be located in the proximity to collector and arterial roads, which it is. It's located in proximity to County Road 452. The City of Eustis has indicated that central water and central sewer are available to the subject property, and I believe it's the intent of the developer to run city services to this project. School concurrency will be required, and a proportionate share mitigation agreement may be necessary at the time of development. As stated, transportation concurrency was reviewed. County Road 452 impact was determined to be reduced to a level of service F. So with that said, this land use was presented to the Board of County Commissioners on September 10th, 2024. Because the transportation concurrency drops to a level of service F, it was requested that the developer come back to the board with a developer's agreement for transportation improvements, and they have done that, and that is tab 10 on today's agenda. The developer's agreement for Lake Yale PUD illustrates mitigation to the project's traffic impacts, and they have agreed to the five following items. County Road 44 and County Road 452 intersection, extending the existing turn lanes on the southbound approach, including a 300-foot extension of the left turn lane and a 150-foot extension of the right turn lane. Number 2, Apiary Road, resurface and widen Apiary Road for approximately 3,800 linear feet from its intersection with County Road 452 to the intersection of County Road 44. Number 3, County Road 44 and Apiary Road, construct a traffic signal at the T intersection of County Road 44 and Apiary Road. Number 4, County Road 452 and main entrance to Lake Yale PUD, likely Apiary Road. Construct a roundabout at this intersection. If a roundabout proves impractical, a traffic signal will be installed. Number 5, County Road 452 and the second entrance, likely South Fish Camp Road, construct a roundabout at this intersection. If a roundabout proves impractical, a traffic signal will be installed. The estimated construction cost of the improvement is $4.6 million. The estimated impact fee credits will be approximately $3 million, resulting in a net infrastructure investment by the developer of $1.6 million. With that said, I will move on to the companion ordinance for this, which is the Lake Yale rezoning to PUD. So this is the companion ordinance to what we are discussing. The requested action is to rezone 456.5 acres from agriculture to rural resident, from agriculture and rural residential R1 and estate residential R2 to planned unit development to facilitate the mixed-use development. Once again, it's 1,150 active adult units, 450 multi- and single-family units, and 100,000 square feet of commercial space.
Mike, if you could, I think you're on the O'Brien PUD.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
How did I get that far? I apologize. Okay,
Keep going.
we'll get there. This is the flu. This is the rezoning, okay? Okay, this is the aerial map of the property. This is the current zoning, agricultural and R2. This is the proposed zoning of PUD. And this is the conceptual plan. I apologize for the delay. The conceptual plan is consistent with the LDR as it proposes complementary and compatible commercial uses which are permitted in a PUD zoning. And that's what the proposal is including. This will promote functional compatibility of uses to promote safe and efficient circulation of pedestrian and vehicular traffic. As stated, it's compliant with our comprehensive plan, which promotes a traditional neighborhood design, which encourages mixed use, compact design, efficient use of services, and diversification and integration of land uses. This is supporting commercial uses, recreational opportunities, and a diverse housing choice. It will include dark sky lighting, Florida-friendly landscaping, garages that are set back from the front facade of the home, and driveways that are at least 25 feet deep so that cars are not parking and blocking sidewalks. The property is located along 452 where the future Lake Yale Loop Trail will be located. The trail location is to be determined, and during our review, if this is approved and gets to site plan review and subdivision review, we will certainly take the trail into consideration. With that said, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I do believe the applicant is here to make a presentation.
Okay, and then on tab 10, we actually had Jeff Earhart listed as providing information. I don't know whether we want to wait until we have specific questions, or do we want to go ahead and have Jeff come up and talk about some of those improvements, since that was a key part of the transmittal? Okay.
One quick question, Mike. With the existing zoning that's on the property, how many homes could they put in there now?
I can give you two numbers with I'll begin with the land use. We'll talk about the maximum land rights with the future land use. 208 acres are currently rural transition, and that could be a maximum of 1 unit per acre. The other 247 acres is already urban, and that's 4 units per acre. Taking all that into consideration, if a PUD zoning was overlaid on top of that, you would have 1,200 units for development. They're proposing 1,600 units, with some of it being active adult. If we talk about just zoning and limiting this to an agricultural use and 5-acre blueberry farms indefinitely, it really reduces the number down to approximately 226 units. But that would be a farm use, not an urban environment like it's being proposed.
Thank you very much.
And I just want to ask another question along those lines. So the property owner has land that is, over half of it is already urban expansion on the future land use map.
I'm back into O'Brien. I don't know how this is happening.
There, oh, there, okay, all right.
Here's the land use. So, yes, we have 208 acres of the 456, which are currently rural transition.
Okay,
So 247, according to my numbers, 247 acres are already the urban low.
okay. All right, thank you. And just by a little way of background, I travel 452 a lot, so I am very familiar with the conditions. My parents live on 452. I'm out there at least once a day making that turn on and off of 452, and I have other relatives that live in the area. And I actually spent my childhood and grew up in that area, so I have a really good understanding of the road network in this area. And of course, I've watched the changes as the many subdivisions that have gone in and the many people who have moved into this area and that enjoy and living in this particular area, and we're the beneficiaries of people rezoning their property and building subdivisions. So here we are today, and we've got a pretty substantial change in front of us, knowing that 452 has some serious issues. So this development agreement and transportation agreement is pretty critical to this overall equation. So Jeff, if you could walk us through this.
Morning, Jeff Earhart, Engineering Director. Mike did cover them, but you see the aerial, just kind of to point out, this is the fairgrounds. So one of them is to add right and left turn lanes onto 452, coming right up here. That was one of the major offsite. There's another one was to, they're going to add widen Apiary Road between 44 and 452. And widening just means maybe go to 12 feet, not like multiple lanes. Then we also have a traffic signal at Apiary and 44. And there's also a...
Can you move your map up a little? There.
Apiary and 44. And then we're also... And then at Fish Camp and Fish Camp, there will also be a roundabout or a traffic signal. All those total about $4.5 million, and they're getting credits for $3 million, so they're contributing 1.5 above what impact fee credits they would normally have to pay. In addition to that, we've been in process for the last couple of years of adding shoulders onto 452 with some grant funding from DOT.
So I know at the MPO, we talked about recently 452 getting some dollars for safety improvements. And when is that program, that money to come in and those improvements to happen?
Those shoulder improvements are programmed for this fiscal year, so in '26. So our plan is to bid it in the first half of '26. And so construction would start hopefully by the last half of '26.
Okay.
That's adding shoulders, it's not widening, it's not adding lanes, it's adding 4-foot shoulders and other safety improvements at intersections.
And I know that when I talked with you and Seth about the actual timing of the improvements and so forth, one of the questions I asked was getting people safely across 452 if they were in the Grand Island area and they were wanting to go over into this neighborhood, and if there's, say, a restaurant there or some sort of retail that's part of that little town center, how would they safely get across 452?
Yes, so as Mike mentioned, there is a trail that's going to go along the north side of the that the development will construct. Also at the roundabouts, there will be sidewalks that interconnect all of those in order to give connection on both sides, as well as we'll be working with them during development to provide safe access from the south to the north and vice versa to make those connections.
I don't think it's part of this plan, but what about the possibility of sidewalks on Fish Camp and Apiary? I get requests from folks that walk on those roads, and they've made requests for sidewalks. Is that something that we're looking at from an MPO standpoint, as far as sidewalks in those areas, or something that we could put on our MPO list?
It's something that we could put on the MPO list. It's currently not on the MPO list. It's probably difficult given the right-of-way on Apiary and the driveways and everything, but it's definitely something we could look at and add to the MPO list.
Okay, so maybe a modified version, like if you had to actually extend the shoulder and create a walking path as opposed to having a separate sidewalk, that might be a possibility. So I'd just like to register a request that if this moves forward, that's something that we would have the MPO look at and add to future improvements so that we could promote safe walkability, so that if people in the existing Grand Island area are wanting to, I know they want to now get out and walk safely, so I think it should be on the list no matter what, but I think this would precipitate it even more. Any questions?
Yes, for the benefit of the public, can you show on this map where the roundabout or traffic lights would be located?
At Apiary and 452.
Wait, you're on 44.
Where am I at?
Wait, you got to move up.
Apiary and 40.
Right.
Apiary and 44. I'm pointing right and saying wrong.
It's County Road 452, main entrance into the Lake Yelp PUD,
Right.
which is where the roundabout traffic signals.
Right, their entrances will be,
Correct.
there'll probably be a roundabout here for their entrance and another one over at Fish Camp or somewhere in this area, depending where they ultimately end up with their entrance at.
So that's about 3,000 feet, half mile apart.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And that would help to slow down traffic and provide safety in the area as well.
So
Right, and I noticed that here it says it's either or, right? And we can discuss this when it comes my turn to discuss on tab 10 or whatever, but
As far as
it's
the
either
traffic
or.
signal, it's roundabout if it fits, but signal if we can't make the right-of-way work. They would do an analysis to determine which one.
Okay,
Our desire is for the roundabout.
that's my desire too.
Yeah, I know, because one of the reasons it's so unsafe is that you have these long straightaways, and then you have these curves. My parents happened to live on one of the curves, so growing up, I saw my share of accidents, fatalities. Same thing further down the road. It's just, it encourages high speeds, and then people that aren't familiar with the area, and even some of the people that have, I know of one that died in the area that, their family lives out there, so they would have known, but it doesn't matter. There's hardly any shoulder, and the cars roll, and anyway, it's incredibly unsafe because of that. You also have a tremendous amount of semi-truck traffic. So when I saw the concept plan of having roundabouts, I immediately thought of the fact that it would help dissuade truck traffic from wanting to use 452. And so I think that would be a tremendous positive for the safety of residents that come in and off of their own driveways onto 452, as well as anyone traveling. But the just slowing down of the traffic and calming the traffic is something that is kind of an obvious positive, despite adding more trips. Maybe in return what we're getting is something that could be a lot safer.
So I guess the question I have, we're going to go ahead and talk about this anyway. So the question I have is, it says if impractical, it's going to be a traffic light, right? So what makes it practical, and how do we know that information before we come up for approval?
One, we'd want to do a study to look at the volumes. Like sometimes if the traffic volumes on all the streets are too heavy, it doesn't work. I don't think that's going to happen here. I think what would make this impractical would probably be if the right-of-way isn't available. And like if they own everything, then it's practical. If they only own on one side, then we would have to look at it. And if they only own on one corner, otherwise you could move the right-of-way up or down. So it's a right-of-way issue, in my opinion.
And this property owns a lot of right-of-way on 452, right? So, okay, I'm just not comfortable with the traffic light.
Yeah, you can adjust it as needed. We just didn't want to have to come back to you again if its roundabout wasn't at all practical, but maybe it's appropriate to come
That's up to the
back.
applicant what they want to do, but I can tell you right now that if it's not a roundabout, I'm not interested.
And I'm in the same camp because first of all, if you have a traffic signal and you have high speeds, you already know it's an unsafe area, you have more fatalities as a result of a traffic signal in conditions like that. So just from a pure safety standpoint.
And to slow down the traffic.
Yeah, and then the other thing is that although this is heavily traveled at some times of the day, other times it's not so busy. So you're sitting out waiting at a light. A roundabout allows you to move. And I think that, facilitates, the more we can keep people moving, the better, just moving at slower speeds.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You got I think you touched on the question I had, this is what you recommend as a professional engineer is the roundabout.
Yes, we recommend.
That's what we need to start doing then. We've seen cases in the past where maybe we use that language if practical, but really we need to stop doing that and just, if it's going to be a roundabout, which is the best thing to do, let's just make that a requirement for the roundabout. So also I was going to ask if you could put up some kind of a list for everybody that's here of everything that's proposed, that's in the audience, that's being proposed as part of the agreement. Just so it's clear, because I hear a lot of different things. And I saw this, all right. But I thought it'd be good for people to see this.
And that's actually in the agreement.
Yeah.
And the bottom to the talk about roundabouts, if you look down at the asterisk down at the bottom, it tells you where those locations are, because it says entrance 1, entrance 2 for the last two. It tells you where those hopefully are, because they are preliminary, so they could move, but this is where we 90% believe they're going to be. Yeah, it does help to see it in writing. It does.
Yeah.
It does.
All right, any other questions for Jeff? You'll stay here in case we have more. You'll be nearby?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Would you like the presentation now, the developer?
That is in the development agreement, that's tab 10. So can you look at the bottom, is there a page number on the bottom of that? 43 of 43. All right, then we'll bring up the applicant.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chairman, and fellow board members. My name is Jonathan Hewells with the Lowndes Law Firm, 215 North Eola Drive, Orlando, 32.
Speak up, please.
Yes. My name is Jonathan Hewells with the Lowndes Law Firm, 215 North Eola Drive, Orlando, 32801. I'm part of a project team that also consists of several other people sitting in the audience with me, including Bill Ray, who is the project planner, Chuck Hyatt with Health Engineering, who's the project engineer, Ayman Azahid, who is the transportation engineer, and we have all been working with Cliff Whitaker, who's also in the audience with several members of his family on this project. Some members have been working on it for most of this decade to bring it in before you and for this day in your consideration. I just have a presentation that I'll try to get through very quickly. Wanted to just reiterate some points that Mr. Fitzgerald made, give you some more details about the improvements that are proposed in the development agreement, and then also walk you through the PUD in terms of it meeting the requirements of the county's comp plans for a T&D or a traditional neighborhood design. This project is a large project. It has gone through several public hearings along the way. There has been some misinformation out there, so just wanted to make sure the record was clear that it is not located within the Emerald Marsh Rural Protection Area nor any other protection area that has been designated by the county or the state. In fact, it is located, though, within the county's Economic Development Overlay District, which has been codified in your comp plan. I mention that because that district was created to attract targeted industries to the county. This project is not proposing one of those targeted industries, but I make mention to it to show that there was a policy decision that the county wanted to see growth in this area by its inclusion in that overlay district. As was mentioned and discussed, the majority of the project has the urban low future land use designation. The first item before you, the comp plan amendment, is to unify the property that's been owned for the Whitakers for generations to have a single future land use designation and allow for it to be developed as a cohesive master plan PUD. This is that map that's showing that bifurcation of the future land uses. That occurred after the Whitakers have owned this property for generations. So the first item before you, the comp plan amendment, is to unify that. Under the urban low future land use designation for a project of this size, there's a mandate. There's a mandate that traditional neighborhood design be implemented as part of a PUD. The project team did not shy away from this mandate. In fact, it fully embraced it, as we'll discuss in just a minute. What traditional neighborhood design looks like, there are several guiding principles. They're listed here. It starts with a mixed-use, pedestrian-oriented development, and how you get there is through walkable street patterns, village-style roadway design that really focuses on providing multimodal ways of getting around a community, including golf carts, bicycles, trails. Along those streets and multimodal corridors, you provide pedestrian amenities. When it comes to the commercial areas, you want them to look more like main streets where you're pushing the buildings closer to the road frontage. You are embracing, once again, that multimodal way of getting to those main streets. You feature, for instance, parking for golf carts and bicycles. And intermixed, and you'll see as part of the conceptual plan when we walk you through it, there's intermixed of public parks, green spaces, and village squares, all once again connected through a network of trails and sidewalks. This is what was already shown to you as the PUD master plan. This is the second item that's before you for the entirety of the project. It's being proposed as 8 phases and has the 3 neighborhood districts that are required by your comp plan that I'll quickly walk you through. As mentioned before, this would include 1,600 single-family residences, of which 1,150 would be active adult and 450 would be traditional families. One item to correct is, since this project had come before you for the comprehensive plan transmittal, there was a conscious reduction in the amount of commercial entitlements being reduced from 100,000 square feet to 50,000 square feet. After looking at the design, and it was determined that 50,000 is more than sufficient to have the village-style, neighborhood-style retail and experiential dining that is projected to be and planned to be included in this Main Street and lakefront districts that I'll walk you through. Starting outward and working in, this is, once again, a requirement of your comp plan is to have these 3 different neighborhoods. You start with a neighborhood edge. The neighborhood edge is shown here in yellow, and what this area, along with a 25-foot vegetative buffer that will surround the entirety of the PUD, is to be an area of transition from the areas outside of the project to the project. This will be principally single-family residential, your traditional neighborhood design. From there, you go inward to neighborhood proper. Once again, these will be single-family residential neighborhoods interspaced between green spaces and interconnected through trails and sidewalks and new roads. This will once again be what a neighborhood would look like. From there, you get into the neighborhood core. This is shown in pink, and this is more internal of the project, and this is where you would have other housing types that would be offered, including townhomes. And as you could see, it's internal of the project, once again, interconnected with the remainder through those TND principles of having walkable trails and sidewalks. From there, you get to the Main Street core, and that's shown here on this map before you as the red strips central of the project. I'm not sure if the laser's working, but it's located here. And this is where you have your neighborhood retail, your dining. This is really the confluence of the project where you're going to have the opportunity to dine and shop, and there are opportunities for mixed use in which you could have potentially residential on second floor, potentially office on second floor. Obviously catering to different modes of getting there, including golf carts and bicycles. Next, you have a waterfront district, and this is kind of a sub-district of the Main Street core, but it's located in the northeast corner of the project, right near Lake Yale's waterfront, and right near some open space, green space areas that I'll talk about in just a minute. And this is, once again, an opportunity for an amenity, really, for the community to come enjoy dining and retail opportunities. A big component of this TND design are the streets. The standard is for main roads throughout the community is to have both a 12-foot multimodal trail and a 5-foot sidewalk. There will be multiple right-of-way widths throughout the community. And then a huge feature, an important component of TND design are the green spaces. There will be over 100 acres of open space, green space, and parks throughout the project that's highlighted here in green. Of significant note of these is that the portion of green space along Lake Yale next to that waterfront district, this is programmed to be an amenity for the community, probably not its highest and best use when lakefront homes are paramount, but it was a conscious decision by the Whitaker family that because this is a legacy project for them to preserve this space and to have it as a central place for people to gather. Just covered that. And of course, all of these green spaces and open spaces will be varying sizes and widths. They'll be interspersed throughout the community, and they're going to be connected through trails and sidewalks, really to promote that walkability that is of paramount importance in TND's design. A final note of the different areas in the project is the Betty Whitaker Community Civic Center. That's shown here in beige along Lake Yale. That is the former home of Miss Whitaker. The idea being that that would be converted to a community civic center space where the public could gather and utilize it and enjoy the views that Miss Whitaker was very fond of on Lake Yale. So once again, just wrapping up that part of the requirements here is that this project has to meet the requirements in your comp plan that's set forth in policy 1.3.1 of having TND design in those 3 neighborhood areas. As I mentioned, is fully embraced by this project team, and it took quite a long road to get to this part, both through internal discussions and going through your rigorous staff's review. Once again, the project's not located within the Emerald Marsh Rural Protection Area or any other protection areas of the county and the state. It is included in that Economic Development Overlay District, which signifies that this is an area in which the county, at least on a policy decision, viewed as an area where growth should be located. One other item to note is that TND communities allow for efficient delivery of essential government services. This is a reduction in per resident infrastructure maintenance and service costs through both economies of scale and economies of geographic scope. The economies of scales are exhibited when the county's cost of providing services to residents decrease as more residents locate in a smaller geographic area instead of being more spread out in other types of subdivisions. And the economies of geographic scope are found when the cost of providing public facilities is reduced by just the sheer number of folks that is able to utilize them. As I'll talk about in a minute, that's important because this project will be serviced by both central sewer and water. So some of the economic and infrastructure benefits: it is a master plan community. You're taking 450 acres and you're actually at once having a unified design and vision and a phasing schedule that makes certainty of what the property will look like in the future. You have significant road infrastructure investment that's already been discussed with respect to the offsite improvements that I'll quickly touch on in a moment, but it's also important to note that many of the existing public roads that are north of 452 that will be either adjacent to or within the project are substandard. There will be a requirement from the county that these substandard roads be improved to current county standards. And that is going to be at a significant cost that this owner and developer will take on. All internal new roads, as was mentioned by Mr. Fitzgerald, is going to be maintained through community financing mechanisms such as a CDD or MSBU, sorry. And the off-site road improvements, which is the last item before you, is going to be implemented through a binding development agreement. Total impact fees also realized to the county are somewhere in the range of $8.5 and $9 million on today's rates. Of course, rates will be paid as the project is developed over its development horizon. In terms of ad valorem tax revenues, there's also a significant realization to the county from its current taxation. We had a projected tax revenue analysis prepared by Glenn Hubbard and Carrie Baker, and that shows that there will be a magnitude of order realization to the county in terms of tax revenues that would be generated from the project as proposed as compared to what it's being taxed at today. Here's a map that I think does a very good job of illustrating the off-site infrastructure investments that the owner and developer will be making in order to develop the property, and many of these are being done pursuant to that binding development agreement. The project's outlined in red in the slide before you, but just to quickly walk you through these. The yellow is the central sewer utility line. That will need to be brought to the county to the project through the County Road 452 right-of-way in a portion, and it's over 3 miles in length. It actually, where it will tap into the existing main is actually off-site of the page to the right. That's at a significant cost of about $5 million. That work would be done prior to the first residents moving into the project. Obviously, from that terminus, there's a whole lot of additional infrastructure that gets put in on the developer's cost, but there will be opportunities here for oversizing and potential use, not only for this project, but for other areas in this area of the county. Next, just to illustrate what the location of is those turn lane improvements at 452 and County Road 44. That is to extend the existing turn lanes and to allow for that intersection to function at a higher level than it does now. That, pursuant to the binding development agreement, is an infrastructure improvement that's going to be completed prior to the first resident moving into this project, so prior to phase 1. Another improvement being completed prior to the first resident moving into the project is, as was mentioned earlier, is that widening and resurfacing of Apiary Road from 452 down to 44. And then there's sequential development improvements that are going to occur, off-site infrastructure improvements that are going to occur afterwards, which has already been highlighted, but just to talk about would be that signal, the signal at 452 and 44, that would be prior to the second phase of the project, the roundabout at Apiary Road prior to the third phase of the project, and the roundabout or signal at Fish Camp and 452, which would be prior to the fourth phase of the project. So all of this infrastructure will be in place, many of it prior to the first person moving in, but all of it completed in the early phases of the project, which is significant. We worked a lot with staff and coming to this framework and timing, both through lots of discussion and then having to paper it with Ms. Marsh's team. Here's just the table of each of those improvements, including those thresholds I had mentioned. When you throw in what I had mentioned before about the need for substandard existing county roads to be brought up to current requirements, you're looking at infrastructure investments of off-site infrastructure investments of over $19 million, and that's in today's dollars. So through all of this, I think this speaks volumes, is that there have been letters of support or no objection from the owners of the tax parcels that are shaded in red on this screen. The majority of those have been submitted to the record. We have 3 additional ones. They're not reflected on this map, but it brings the total to 15 owners, neighbors within this area that have submitted letters of support. And I think this is a testament to the Whitaker family and Cliff Whitaker especially on really bringing forward a project that has thoughtful design, that has real benefits for not only this project, but for infrastructure improvements that are going to benefit the community, and his communication throughout this process of where the project has been in terms of review and public hearings. And I just wanted to submit these to the record. As I said, that brings to a total of 15 adjacent neighbors that have expressed support for the project. With that, I'm happy to answer a question. And to your point, Commissioner Smith, just back to the roundabout discussion, we feel very strongly that a roundabout can be accommodated at the Apiary and 452 intersection, because the project includes both 2 corners of that intersection. Where we just have a question is whether it can be accommodated at the Fish Camp Road intersection, and that's because of the project only occupying 1 corner of that intersection. And if it comes down to it that there isn't sufficient right-of-way, and that right-of-way is either can't be obtained or it's very laboriously to obtain it, we wanted the option to at least have the ability to do a signal. Now, that's not our preference, so if there's a way we can make that clear on the record that the absolute preference is for a roundabout in that intersection, then we would gladly honor that. Other than that, happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Any questions for the representative? Yes.
So you presented a T&D, traditional neighborhood development plan, and I know the applicant, Mr. Whitaker's, talked about that for a long time as a vision for this area. What assurances, and the Grand Island's a beautiful area, and I assume, albeit you're proposing this would be a different development pattern than the rest of Grand Island, but what assurances that do we have, if any, that, this isn't just going to look, it's going to be cookie cutter homes, more of like what you see around all of Florida in a lot of places? Is there architectural standards? And I've dug into this a little bit, so I know a little bit of the answer to that, but I definitely wanted to hear you talk about it publicly. And, what's the plan for this long term? I know it's going to be phased, but is there a national chain coming in? I mean, let's just get real about that. Put it out there, who's involved with it.
Sure. Let me unpack those questions just a little bit. So there's a lot more detail to this PUD other than this map. There's the actual PUD sheets. There's three sheets to the actual plan. We could be here for hours if I walked you through all the performance requirements that for each of these neighborhoods that is established in that PUD. That's been reviewed by your staff and determined to be acceptable. As part of that, there are architectural requirements. I can have Mr. Ray in a moment come up here and speak to those that are embedded and for each of the neighborhoods. And he can speak to that in just a moment. So there is a lot more detail to this project than just this plan. And that gives the guarantees to you all that it's going to be built as proposed here, because PUD zoning is unique, it's specific to the property, along with all those conditions and standards that make up that second and third sheet of the PUD plan that would be adopted. And as to your point with respect to how is this going to be developed, the Whitaker family has been very conscious about how they wanted this property to look in the future. It's been in their family for generations. They very much view it as a legacy project, and they made a conscious decision in the beginning to not bring on a developer that would then in turn guide what it would look like in terms of a final build out. And they did that because they wanted to determine how it looked like and then continue discussion with home builders, make the selection of the proper fit in terms of a master developer that has familiarity with these types of projects that they felt comfortable with, because it is over a number of phases that it's going to be built. But the very much vision is that it would be a single master developer that would come in here and take what's on paper and the vision for the community and actually bring it to realization. I think they did not want to water down or have another party make calling the balls and strikes and how it was going to look like, and through negotiation with staff, which there has been a great deal of how the project would look, because they didn't want to settle for a developer that might be get in the room and all of a sudden their drive was the biggest financial gain. Because certainly how it's designed today, it's not, including those off-site infrastructure improvements, which are rather unprecedented, I think, in the way they're being handled here at the comp plan and the zoning phase of a project, instead of the later phases that traditionally off-site transportation improvements are dealt with. I mean, specifically, state law requires the transportation concurrency to be met at plat. Here, we are much earlier in the stages, but we wanted to be able to work with staff. We heard your comments at the transmittal hearing to say, hey, we want to know how you're going to be dealing with transportation. And so we think it's a win-win. I think the way the Whitaker families has handled this is truly looking at this as something they want to be proud of at the end of the day. Bill, you want to come up and put your name in the record and just talk about the architectural standards briefly?
And Madam Chairman, while Mr. Ray is coming up, just to clarify for the board, Florida Statute 163-3202 does not allow the county to regulate building style or design elements for single-family or duplex buildings. So the only thing you're going to see in the ordinance are architectural design standards for commercial and multifamily. Otherwise, we can't put anything in this ordinance to your concern about, tract builders or things like that. We cannot address architectural standards for single-family homes in our ordinance.
Because that was state legislation a couple years ago, that our state legislators took away the right of local governments to include those standards, unfortunately.
That's correct. They preempted us.
Yeah, and Chair, I'll just echo those sentiments. That was something that we were preempted on doing. I think we're still allowed to ask about it, and we're asking about it. And I'll just leave it at that. So it's, how important it is. I can certainly ask about it because I know it's a concern for residents.
Correct.
They can voluntarily do it too. But
They can voluntarily do it, but we can't include it in an ordinance that we can enforce.
But the ordinance, the way that it's worded, though, I mean, it can say that that it was represented, or it was intended, or, you know, it's more of like a moral imperative, not a legally enforceable aspect of the ordinance. And because we're looking at this as a project that, as represented by, you know, the attorney, that is a legacy project. So if the owners want that in the ordinance, you know, as long as everybody understands from a legally binding standpoint, we can't enforce the architectural design unless state law changes. Could we have a provision like that it's in there, and if state law goes back to the way it used to be, which was, this was a local decision, why couldn't we say that in the ordinance?
We could. It's just everybody needs to understand, unless state law changes, we would not be able to enforce those requirements.
Yeah, see, I thought it was that we can't make a regulation requiring it, but if they put it in an ordinance, that's them putting it in the ordinance, and that's our sort of enforcement on it.
The language
I
in
know
the
they got a plan, but
Yeah, the language in the statute allowed it to be in a PUD ordinance, only up until July 1st of 2023.
Yes, for the record, my name is Bill Ray with Ray & Associates. I'm a certified planner and environmental consultant. Extensive experience of living, working in Lake County. Very familiar with this project, of course. To the point at hand, building design. We recognize that is an issue. I recognize that as an issue from the beginning of this project. It's a T&D development. One of the elements of traditional neighborhood design is buildings that look like a traditional neighborhood. And so how to include that? Included in the PUD approval, we include building design standards. A single-family residential unit shall be designed utilizing Craftsman, bungalow, Florida Cracker, low country, southern living, including the front porch, or historical Drumstead-style architecture design standards, which require a variety of architectural features and materials such as stone, stucco, Craftsman columns, porches, metal roofs, tile, shutters, decorative doors, etc., to achieve the architectural style. We are putting that in the PUD document.
Mr. Ray, just to jump in, that is only for commercial and multifamily. It is not in here for single family.
We have it in the PUD as a residential design standard on notes on page 2. Then we also have commercial design standards.
Yeah, I don't see it, but I'll look for it while you continue your presentation.
It's supposed to be in there. Yeah. Yeah, we will put it on the record that is the intention, to have that along with the additional comments of where exterior front load, either front loaded, rear loaded, or side loaded garages may be utilized. All single family residential platted units shall be designed to built with a minimum of a 1-car garage, minimum, but then you would have, each of them would have the ability to park 2 cars and a 2-car driveway, which we also specify. Then we come into conversion of garage to a living space is prohibited. And then moving on, all exterior colors shall be of earth tones of moving in. This is similar language that the county has used in other, what we'll call upscale PUDs. But again, it's part of one of the things is that we're promoting a T&D design neighborhood. Then we'll, all amenities such as sidewalks, golf cart paths, sidewalks, pocket parks, and open space shall be owned and maintained by the HOA. We also include a whole section, as FWC has been requesting and the county has been requesting, for bear park, bear management. We don't want to turn into Wekiva Springs that they see over in Seminole County and stuff, where you propose a development that turns into a bear attractant. Bears are going to be a real issue in Florida in the 30 years, 40 years moving forward. And so we went ahead and, working with staff had recommended that we include that language, which we did. We also have the commercial design standards. We borrowed language. Of course, everything will include dark sky lighting. Exterior lighting shall blend in with the architectural style of the development. We have defined architectural styles for the commercial design standards included in the project. Those were a accumulation of drawing guidance from various CRAs, such as the Mount Plymouth Sorrento CRA and some of the language that they had, and also the design guidelines for the city of Eustis, as we are, close to them and also required to coordinate with them as a jurisdiction moving forward. And so that's involved. Additional things that are coming up from the environmental side, one of the key elements, one of the jewels of the project is the lakefront with Lake Yale. We fully recognize and support that the county is entering into an agreement to improve water quality of Lake Yale. We have no, we are purposely retaining the lake frontage of Lake Yale in its existing space with one small area that would be part of the waterfront district that would allow a organized plan, centrally located access to the lake, which would again be all permitted through the state, through the Corps of Army Engineers, because that's also a federal water, and then also with Lake County staff coming through. The stormwater that we're looking at is going to employ LID stormwater treatment mechanisms, which use natural vegetation to sequester nutrients prior to discharge. We're prohibiting or eliminating use of septic tanks, which is one of the leading contributors to groundwater degradation and surface water adverse impacts, in the state. So we're actually, embracing that, of recognizing the water quality and enhancing the water quality of Lake Yale is paramount with that. And then, Mr. Smith, your comment with the roundabout, we support using a roundabout alternative at Fish Camp. We control 1/4 of an intersection on Fish Camp. If the county would participate in acquiring the other quarter where we own the north half, together we, in a public-private partnership, with the north half of, we can construct the same type roundabout that we're constructing at Apiary, where we're constructing all of that on the Whitaker property. We can, certainly enter and agree and would agree that is the best alternative design, but we don't have the power to go out and acquire right-of-way, for a project. That's why we put in the either or. If the right-of-way can't be acquired, then we can go ahead and put in a signal with that. That's the 100-foot level.
Let me ask you about grading. There's a provision in the ordinance that says that any grading would comply with the LDRs and the comp plan. One of the concerns that I've had in other projects, particularly in South Lake, where subdivision approvals were used as a way to actually mine property and take dirt off the property under the auspices of residential development. So what assurance do we have that that wouldn't occur here, consider?
The intent is to balance the site. It is, having, again, grown up in South Lake, as you all know, I've been here a while. We experienced watching an area of a jewel of Florida come in and get leveled.
But tell me how we're going to make sure that it doesn't happen on this property.
You put a prohibition in, our intent is to balance the site. With that said, I don't know how we balance, candidly speaking, I don't know how we prevent the export of, if it deals to be where additional fill. You get into landscaping requirements such that Claremont started where you had retaining walls that were limited and then balanced, but we are open to suggestions. It is not the intention to drop the elevation of one of the prime visions for Lake County.
Yeah, I wouldn't think you'd want to drop the elevation because it's the views that actually make the property so special. And maybe Public Works can weigh in on this. I believe that there's a limitation on how much dirt can be removed, and it's tied to your stormwater ponds.
Correct.
And so that you can't exceed what you need to take off for stormwater ponds.
That is what is envisioned, is that we would comply with existing regulations. If something required that we were exporting more material than what those regulations required, that would force coming back before the board, and that would kind of, that wouldn't be a good thing.
Hi, Commissioner. Jeff Earhart, Engineering Director. You are correct. You're allowed to export 200% of what your pond volume is without getting a excavation or a mining permit. So it's 200%. So it's like whatever your pond is and then double that. So it's a very small amount that can be exported.
I'm just curious, why did they go to 200% as opposed to, I mean, if it's for the ponds, why wouldn't it just be 100% of what you need? Or
Probably just to
125%?
allow them a little bit of a fill and back and forth on the site to kind of balance it, but it's very minimal when you look at what the ponds, what's required for the ponds. Like,
Okay.
they can't dig the ponds like 220 feet deep and then do that.
And the other question I had was, the way that it's used now is agricultural. Are there stormwater ponds now? I don't think that there would be stormwater ponds.
There's no existing stormwater ponds.
So with the residential use, the requirement for stormwater ponds would then come into play.
Stormwater ponds would be required before the runoff goes into the lake. They'd have to get a permit from us, as well as their St. John's River Water Management permit, which St. John's recently increased their rules a little more stringent than they used to be.
So currently, runoff goes straight to the lake, residential subdivision, as much as many people don't like to see ag change to residential, you actually get more stormwater treatment.
It should either maintain or improve the water quality in the lake, if it's with their St. John's permit.
Okay.
Voice on that, recognize also St. John's has just recently upgraded their regulations to address a nutrient loading criteria, which we would have to meet with that. And so there's a monitoring procedure. Right now, there's not a monitoring procedure. It's agricultural use. Agriculture has largely been carte blanche with a lot of their impacts. That would change. And so you would have to demonstrate meeting the new nutrient, phosphorus, and nitrogen removal criteria, and that would be permitted in accordance with Lake County and state regulations.
Okay.
And the stormwater ponds go further than that with employing the LID, the low impact development standards, which gives you additional nutrient sequestration with your stormwater ponds. They're heavily landscaped, so they're an amenity to the project rather than a deterrent.
Okay. All right, any other questions of the,
Mr. Ray, I had some concerns come in via email that the traffic study was an old traffic study, and it didn't take into consideration other developments that have been approved in the area. Can you expand on that, please?
Yes, we did an original methodology when we did our comp plan, when we did the original comp plan and looked at it. Then we came before this board. This board gave us specific direction to go back and revisit the traffic analysis and make sure that everything was corrected. We submitted methodology to Lake County, completed a traffic report. Lake County reviewed that, realized that they wanted to revise the methodology and add additional intersections to be modeled and improved. Our consultant, I'm on with TMC. We went out, collected new current data on the additional intersections that the county asked us to do, working together with staff. We have the most current data. It's not updated. It's not old data. It's updated current data that we've developed, working closely with Lake County staff to realistically address the issues out there that we're facing. So it's not old data. It's as new as we can get. That's why it's taken us a year almost to get back in front of you all. We got comments back from the state, had to develop methodology, get the methodology approved, then complete the study, then find out that we needed new methodology, update and get additional data on additional intersections, complete a new study, and then negotiate and work with staff to address the issues that we found. And can address
So
it.
did you take into consideration the other developments that are in the area?
Yes, that's part of the approved methodology.
okay, any other questions? Okay, all right. So, any other comments before you conclude?
No, Madam Chair, other than just have an opportunity to address any public comments or concerns.
Okay.
As part of the public comment period. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're going to open up the public comment period. Just a little bit of context, because we have received a lot of emails, and I know that in my case, I chose not to answer emails because of the quasi-judicial nature of this. But I don't want to leave a few things unsaid or unaddressed as we move into this part of it. In the past, I know that a lot of us, I think most of us, have been pretty outspoken about rural land uses that have been changed to urban land uses that are rural on the county comp plan, and they've been annexed into cities and changed to higher densities. We're not looking at a rural land use here. We're looking at a property that is over half urban already, urban designated. Those land uses go back to 1985 when the state of Florida adopted its comprehensive land use law, its growth management law. And that was the first of a lot of rules and regulations that came out of the state to try to make land use decisions uniform across the state of Florida and address growth management. So in the late 80s, early 90s, the county had multiple hearings, workshops, and put into place its first comprehensive plan and future land use map. The Whitaker family had been farming this property already. They had citrus on the property. It had already been in their family for over a generation or two. So when those hearings happened, they participated in those hearings, and they worked very hard to get a land use designation on this property that reflected what they thought was appropriate, looking at the big picture. And consider, too, at that time, the window of planning was 30 years. The county was adopting a plan that went 20 to 30 years out. Now here we are in 2026, and we're doing this whole process again, and we're looking out another 20, 30 years. So we're not dealing with a property that's rural designated. It's for over, gosh, it's been 30 years. It's been urban low. And it had another, the RT, the rural transition, it had another name. The county along the way changed the name of their urban, it was suburban. Yeah, and so that was fleshed out and changed to a rural transition. So you have a landowner that has property that's in both categories, and they are seeking to join them together and actually do a master plan. Unlike most of what we see in that general area, which is more of just residential sort of piecemeal projects, this being a master plan. So I think it's important to say that just because there's so much anti-growth sentiment right now. People are upset. Roads are more congested than they've ever been in Lake County. There's no question about it. More people travel through Lake County, more people commute, and we have more development happening. A lot of that development is happening in the cities. Some of it has happened in the county, and it typically, in our situation, we look at what does the map say now? What do we need to honor? What did a landowner or property owner, what did they expect for all the years that they put their money, their energy, their time in, and what are their expectations? And we try to be reasonable and fair. Another thing that I don't know how often it comes up in people's thought process when they're upset about growth is the idea of basic constitutional rights that we have as Americans in our private property. And those are critical. I mean, it's real, and it's an integral part of being an American that we have rights, that we're allowed to use our land. Now, when land gets mapped out in this process, this future land use planning process, that gives you more rights than you have otherwise, because you have expectations that you can actually go and enforce. So, we sit in a position where one thing we don't want to do is be sued by a landowner or put them in a position where they have to go and they actually have to hire a lawyer to prove and ensure their rights that they already have. So again, this is the context that we have to look at these things in from a legal standpoint, and from an expectation standpoint and a fairness standpoint, and then factor in issues like, can the schools handle the growth? We have a mechanism called concurrency and proportionate share mitigation. If the schools are over capacity for the number of units that they have, they actually have to give the school district money to build additional space. Transportation, we're watching concurrency right here in action. Concurrency is the rule that they have to actually pay for their share of impacts. And in this case, they've actually gone with this development agreement beyond what their share of impact, what the calculation actually shows. So I just wanted to put those things out there because we're not making this decision or evaluating the decision in a vacuum. We have to look at the history, and we have to look at things like the growth management plan, the future land use map, our land development regulations, and our own comprehensive plan. So we have about 12 cards, I believe. So, and it's 3 minutes, and so I'll try to, ask you again when you get to your, when the buzzer sounds, if you'll try to wrap it up at that point. The first card is Anthony Randall, and after that is Don Luciano.
How's it going? I'm Anthony Randall. I'm a fourth-generation beekeeper in this area, actually a commercial beekeeper in Florida. That by turning this agricultural land into anything but this and doing this massive project, you're displacing other beekeepers who are already there. They pollinate the blueberries on the fields. They also pollinate the orange trees. And we also use the lake as a source for our bees to be able to pull nectar off the growing plants around the lake and in the lake that keep us going through the wintertime like this. The marshlands, the wetlands, and the lakes are the only thing that provide nectar this time of year for us. And I know the actual beekeepers who are on this land right now, and they're going to be losing huge profits and chunks of just trying to survive and produce honey off this land in general. And I grew up in this area. I have a childhood friend who lives on Fish Camp, and that road's not going to support much more traffic to begin with. If you widen it and there is no room at the end to put a roundabout in, it's already a mess coming off the corner coming into Fish Camp. You have to go from like 55 down to nothing to make that turn, and putting a roundabout there is going to really impede the traffic. But I just hate to see a farmer who keep talking about generational farming, generational land, selling off their land and making it giant, just houses, It's already zoned for 5 acres apiece. Why can't we have rural housing? You have beautiful multi-million-dollar homes on 5 acres right there overlooking the lake. That'd be gorgeous, and no one would complain about it. But trying to put in and disturb neighborhoods that are already there by widening the roads, putting roundabouts in both ends, signals, you're going to destroy the neighborhoods that are already there. People walk up and down these roads every day, and there's hardly any traffic in the neighborhoods. It's all down those 2 roads. And just adding more traffic's not going to help the people who live around it. Adding roundabouts is just going to slow traffic down. I got to come through there with trucks and trailers. Roundabouts with trucks and trailers are not fun, plus with people who aren't paying attention, which we know they're not already paying attention. So those are my concerns, is the roundabouts are going to slow us down. That's a nice long stretch of road. If you got to get to Weirsdale, that's how you go. You got to get up to Leesburg from here, or the villages, Weirsdale, that area. That's the way you go. Which other way are we supposed to go? Those 2 roads only have about 3 places where they cross over that you can use, and one of them is dirt. So now you're going to take 2 of them and make them bigger and congest them even more. So if there's an accident on one of these roads, where are we supposed to turn to get to the other road to go around this accident? I see it happen all the time. It backs up traffic until we can get the thing. If it's a fatality, that's shut down for a long time. So there's only 3 roads, and you're going to take 2 of them and make them even worse to get through. So that's my main concerns. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Don Luciano, and then Brenda Kane.
I'm not going to argue about whether there should be houses there or not. Questions I have is the water and sewer is going to be coming in, correct? Does that mean Eustis will annex all this property then? Because somebody else wrote that it would be under Eustis jurisdiction. Another thing is, besides the gopher tortoises, which everybody's concerned about, but so much discussion on roundabouts. What is a roundabout? Or what is your definition, or what roundabout are you planning to put in? Is it 1 lane? Is it 2 lanes? Is it just yield signs? Is there stop signs? Are there signals? Because that would be a circle, not a roundabout. Why do I know this? I grew up in Jersey, South Jersey, for 26 years, although I've had lifetime family live in Florida. They took most of their circles, roundabouts out, except for out in the Pinelands, where it works great. But where you have congestion, and an accident, fatality, and it jams up. That's why they've taken them out. It doesn't work with a lot of volume. I'm very curious as to what your last traffic study was, because ever since the bridge went out in Mount Dora, traffic has pretty much doubled on 452 as people have found out, oh, we can go around the Umatilla this way. And you need a light at 452 and 42. I'm sure Chairman Campione can agree to that. There are times where I've waited a half hour just to get to the sign that says there's a stop sign up ahead, because it's so jacked up there. You're going to have over 3,000 more vehicles with all this. The traffic's going to be horrible. I live on 37119 Sandy Lane, which is the road that comes right out to 452 there. We have cut-throughs as it is already. You put a roundabout a third of a mile down and it gets jammed, everybody's going to be cutting through Wedgwood as it is. Also, county roads. We don't own the roads there. So I'm curious of what you're planning to do with the entrance to Wedgwood, because this will affect us in the neighborhood terribly. Oh, I still got 49 seconds. Woo! So I'm just going to take my time. It just seems like y'all have a fiduciary duty to the people here, and we feel like you don't listen. Or if you listen, nothing is effective. I want to work in harmony. I want to be all this, but this is just a disaster in the planning or lack of planning, because the county engineer said there wasn't any traffic studies done yet. And Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, said that, oh yeah, we did one. Oh, and we did another one because they wanted it. Well, when was the last one? Because that take in consideration the traffic since the bridge in Mount Dora went out. I hardly think so. And now people know, oh, this is a route I can take forever. Roundabouts don't work. Circles don't work. They're just going to make more problems, and you're going to have death on your hands.
All right, Brenda Kane, and then Louise Chen.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Kane. I live at 36735 County Road 452, Grand Island. And I'm here to oppose this development. And the reason behind that is because of the traffic. I've lived at this address for 26 years. I have seen 6 accidents in front of my home. 2 of them were fatalities. One, I actually was at the car with the woman as she passed away in my arms. You all, unless you live there, and Ms. Campione, I know that you have made some comments about this, but I'm there 24/7, every single day. And you can pick and choose times to go down this road and not have traffic issues. But when I have to leave, I work 3 miles from home, I have to leave 20 minutes early just to get out of my driveway because the traffic is ridiculous. They run fast, they run super fast, and then they run even faster than super fast. So let's take the roundabouts, for instance. If you put a roundabout at Fish Camp, because I live just south of Fish Camp, what you're going to do is you're going to bottleneck all the traffic from 44 and 452 to that roundabout. People are going to go crazy from point A to that point, and then they're going to have major congestion out in front of the homes. People are not going to be able to get into their driveways. They're not going to be able to get out of their driveways. And if there is an accident, well, you might as well pack a lunch because nobody's leaving. So what I want to know is what they're going to do about those situations, because once they get through the development, the new proposed development, then they're going to go crazy on the other end. So you're going to have it bottlenecked in both sections. If you want to go ahead and address the traffic situation for what it really is and not for what a bunch of people go out and do all of their testing and everything else and say, oh yeah, this is going to work. No, until you live there, until you drive there every day, all day, day in and day out, you have no idea what the traffic situation is like. I'm not saying that I'm for or against this, but I am definitely saying that you need to look at it again, and maybe take in the comments of the people that are here that are complaining about the traffic situation that already exists and how this is just slapping a Band-Aid on it for that general area. So put the new development in, and then good luck getting out on 44 and 452, because that's where the problem exists. Thank you for listening to me.
Louise Chen and then Alan Chen.
Good morning, Commissioners. Happy New Year. My name is Louise Chen. I live at 8010 Treasure Island Road, Leesburg. I don't live very far from where this is happening since we live in rural. I have a few pictures, of course. The first one is I just want to point out that Lake County uses the motto, real Florida, real close. And this reflects its proximity to natural attractions, urban convenience, while maintaining its unique Florida character. This is an osprey. That's the county bird. This was taken Christmas Day 2024, and it was amazing. It was 2 fish. Okay, this is a protected bird. The little blue heron, this was taken at Lake Yale. This was taken last week. And it's asking, please vote no on PZ 2023-235 to protect Lake County's lakes and wildlife. All right, this one is showing the transition area, the rural, okay, the proximity of Emerald Marsh Conservation Area to this development. This is right in this area. It's very close, it's nestled in between the limits of City of Eustis, the Emerald Marsh RPA. Umadillah's up here, and we live somewhere down in here. And the reason I like this design that the county has done, and I cherish this, because it allows both humans and wildlife to coexist in the area. All right, this is where PZ 2023-235 is outlined in black. It's almost half the development acreage, okay? And it is very close to Emerald Marsh RPA. It's only half a mile away. It's very close to Eustis. And this property can't be annexed because Eustis has a JPA, unlike City of Leesburg that can annex anything willy-nilly. So that was, someone asked that question. And then here is the, my concern is that this is gonna the rural urban, the rural transition area is going to turn all into urban low density. Maybe it'll even come over here. And what is going to be left of our rural area, and what's left of the pre-existing designs. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. Oh, and I also wanted to add that this is really more of a mini city that's separated from anything else. I mean, with the shops and everything.
Alan Chen and then Beth Carter.
Ms. Chen, I'll need you to leave this. Thank you.
Good morning, Alan Chen, 8010 Treasure Island Road, talking about the Lake Yale development. We heard a lot about the traffic woes, but if you take a look at the traffic study they provided, all of these road segments associated with this project are poor derated quality level of service. And then what's happening here, again, per their study, is we're adding 10,000 trips to this section of the neighborhood. And Louise mentioned this is a mini city. Yes, we have 1,600 high-density houses or residences, and they're going to be wall-to-wall, so make no mistake about it. No matter how pretty the pictures are, this is just really putting lipstick on a pig. Now here are the two main traffic flows. As you know, there's 452 to Eustis, and there's 44 to Leesburg, and it was also mentioned to the villages. You have the 452 to 42 intersection, which is a terrible intersection north here. But what's also going to happen is people are going to try to bypass this light, and also take Goose Prairie Road down, which is already inundated as well during rush hour traffic. And Commissioner Morris's comment, the traffic studies are only done to today's numbers. They did not account, I doubt, for all of this additional growth. So in addition to what they're talking about, 10,000 trips here, you have this development by Grand Island, you've got the 2,000 houses along the short section of Sierra 44, you have 37,000 houses to go in already annexed Leesburg, which will add traffic along this route. So how many more trips is this? Is this 30,000 trips? Is this 50,000 trips or more? And then if we take a look at the runoff, this property has 2,000 feet of declining elevation from 155 feet down to 60 feet where the lake is. To Chairman Campion's question, this is all low ISR numbers today. So yes, there is some runoff going to the lake, but also a lot of absorption. When you put in a high ISR development that they're planning to do, expect this lake not to improve, but to degrade, which we have heard from St. John's people telling us that developments are one of the major causes of lake degradation today. So in conclusion, rural areas should maintain this 1 house per 5 acres. However, we know that the current zoning allows more, but you should maintain this transition region for this area. The D-rated LOS will further degrade to E or F because of all the additional construction. The 5 improvements that they're touting is just a piddling amount and a token offering to what's actually required. Traffic safety concerns and congestion will increase and should not be neglected. A full county-wide traffic study, including year-to-year growth expected, needs to be performed. Just a couple things here. Also, Sierra 44 will improve only as a 4-lane study, 4-lane highway. And that's going to cost probably upwards of $100 million to do. I doubt we'll see that.
Mr. Chen, I'm going to cut you off just because if we do this, everybody, we're going to be here another hour. So
Okay.
I got a speaker card for Beth.
My
Carter.
only last comment here is the last one. Infrastructure first, development second approach. Thank you.
All right. After Beth Carter, we have Patty Kendrick.
Can you put Beth Carter to the back? She's waiting on a medical appointment.
Oh, she'll be here. Okay, all right, I'll just move it over. Patty Kendrick, and then Greg Nacky.
Mr. Chen, did you leave those? Thank you.
I don't know where to start. I'm just really sad that this is even being considered. I understand the Whitaker family. It sounds like the Morris family. It sounds like the Villages is all over again, and it's just a foot in the door because once they start building, I heard them say this is just the beginning. That report had so many holes in it. I mean, the one thing I want to say is I hope you all think this through really thoroughly before you make a decision. That's what I really, really hope. I hope you go back over and think of all the issues that I heard in that report where they said, well, they're going to build and then work out the issues. Like with the roundabout or the signal, well, they're going to do it, and then if it doesn't work, then they're going to do something else. The other thing is, I only heard the word environment one time. One time, this last guy talked about the environment, and he made it sound like this wasn't going to have an impact on the environment. Like there was vegetation in the lake that's going to, filter it, I suppose. That's not true. The lakes are sprayed all right now for all the vegetation. So for the hydrilla and on all the other things. So they spray the lakes constantly. But you can't take land that is dirt now and fill it with concrete, and then the water has nowhere to go. It's going to go in the lake. It's going to go in the lake. And then you've got all these houses that are going to spray pesticides around the house. They're going to have Roundup. They're going to have fertilizer. And to me, development is destruction. And I think the county needs to step back and think of where they're going with all this construction, because, you know, the traffic is a really big problem, but the environment's a big problem. I've never heard nobody talk about, you know, those issues, the environment, the animals. Who's going to, I mean, I know the gopher turtles, like, there's got to be some living there. You know, then my next step is I want to find out if FWC is actually removing some of these turtles, because I don't think they are, but I will get some statistics on that. But I just hope that you really put some thought into where the Lake County's going in a direction as far as, you know, these developments, because that, if that happens, I see the developers are very happy. They're not worried about the environment. They're not worried about Lake County. All they see money, and you all see tax revenue. So I don't know, it's kind of scary, but I hope you really just put a lot of thought into it. Thanks.
Greg Nacky, and then Linda O'Donnell.
Good morning. I'm Greg Nacky. I was also born and raised right out in Grand Island, and I just wanted to support this. I think it's a great plan. Instead of just small subdivisions, this is an actual master plan that's going to make it great for the area. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Linda O'Donnell, and then C.J. Blancett.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Linda O'Donnell, property owner at 13445 Fish Camp Road. I am the direct neighbor to the Whitaker family. I come here for two reasons today. One, to speak as a homeowner in full support of this plan, and I speak with authority. For the past 31 years, I have been a community association consultant and manager. Had offices in Palm Beach, Fisher Island, Naples, and Weston, Florida. Been hired consistently by various developers to help them set up their communities. For instance, the city of Weston, the city of Seaside. And when Cliff called me and told me that he was going to do this PUD, I said, only if it's going to be first class. And they have done a phenomenal job with this. And I speak with authority. I've seen hundreds of these plans. And they did a really great job, and I am in full support of it. And I'm not sure my friend Beth Carter's here yet. Do you want me to speak on her behalf?
No, I'll hold her.
Okay, I have her
see if she
proxy.
gets here or not.
Thank you so much.
Okay. C.J. Blancett, and then Cindy Newton.
My name is C.J. Blancett, and it took my family 33 years to purchase our little space in rural Lake County. Property rights allow you to build on your property, not change the makeup of an entire area, and my family legacy matters too. For the record, Anthony Sabatini is attending a mandatory case management meeting as ordered by the Honorable Judge Brandon Young, which I can provide that order if challenged, and he is not on National Guard duty. By his own lie, he should be excluded from this meeting. Additionally, the Sunshine Law prohibits commissioners from meeting with a developer outside a noticed public meeting to discuss matters that will foreseeably come before the board, as this constitutes an illegal, informal meeting or a walking quorum, even if done in person, via text, or email. Commissioners, you swore an oath to the Constitution and the laws of this state, as well as the people you were elected by. And when that oath is violated, the remedy is clear: recusal. It is not optional, it is required. As a state director for the Constitution Party of Florida and the chairman of the Lake County chapter, I now officially submit to you: any commissioner who has met privately with a developer regarding a project that comes before this board has compromised the integrity of the process and must recuse themselves. Any commissioner who has accepted donations directly or indirectly from that developer or their immediate family while deliberating on that developer's interests has created a conflict that cannot be cured by explanation or denial and must recuse themselves. Florida Statute 112.3132 and 4 prohibits accepting things of value when a vote or action is influenced or expected to be influenced by that gift. And although Florida law does not require proof of criminal guilt for recusal, it requires avoidance of conflicts of interest and even the appearance of such conflicts. Your continued participation in a decision that favors the outcome of a developer who has financially or politically supported you undermines the integrity of the commission and calls into question the legitimacy of its actions. No one can be both judge and beneficiary in the same matter, and you know who you are. Additionally, any commissioner who does not reside in the district they claim to represent does not merely violate a technical requirement, but violates the very foundation of representation and government. If you do not live with the traffic or your property is not impacted by the zoning you vote on, you are not representing the district, you are ruling over it. Commissioners who act in this mere way is out of compliance. The path is clear, the people are informed, and they are united. This board will no longer belong to developers or donors. It belongs to the people of Lake County, and the people are done being ignored. You work for us, and we are looking to execute and replace every one of you in God for freedom. Thank you.
All right, Cindy Newton, and then David Williamson.
That's hard to follow. I'm going to try to combine this since there were 3 tabs that have been combined into one. First of all, on the traffic situation, the existing apiary road right-of-way, if it's not sufficient, they'll just be resurfacing that. They will not be widening it. There's also a caveat in there that the T intersection traffic light at 44 is also only if preconditions are met. So we're not even assured of what is going to be improved. The extensions of the turn lanes, as we see on 44B, those aren't going to be big enough for an extra anywhere from 9,000 to 5,000 cars. Now, with the water situation, there's some issues with how this is written in the packet. There's a wording conflict. On page 9 of 11 of the project narrative states that the central water and sewer is going to be provided by Lake Yale PUD. Now, while there's a letter of notification in the PUD packet from the city of Eustis stating that the lines are where the lines are for this, only part of this is in the city's JPA. So we do not yet know if this is going to affect their CUP. Their CUP is mainly for their JPA. So I am wondering if the city of Eustis cannot provide these utilities if the PUD development is going to be doing that themselves. So, thank you.
All right, David Williamson and then Vance Yocum.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is David Williamson. I'm a candidate for Lake County Commissioner District 4 in 2026. I want to begin with full transparency. One of the property owners, as well as the project engineer of this proposal, are a close personal friend. They have eaten meals in my home, I have vacationed with them, and they were present at my wedding. Despite that relationship, I am firmly opposed to this development or adding more than what's already been wrongfully approved. Friendship must never outweigh responsibility. Elected officials are obligated to make decisions based on the best interest of the public, not personal relationships, political pressures, or financial gain, including whom donates to your campaign fund. Anything less undermines public trust. The proposal includes 1,600 homes, up from the 1,275 that would already be allowed, and nearly 100,000 square feet, which we've been told is down to 50. That equates to less than a quarter acre per home. This level of density is excessive, irresponsible, and incompatible with the surrounding area. Public opposition is clear and undeniable. A single post addressing this agenda item on my campaign Facebook page reached nearly 70,000 people, generated over 7,000 engagements, more than 650 reaction responses, and hundreds of comments. The overwhelming majority expressed opposition. While social media is not the sole indicator of public sentiment, it is impossible to ignore that level of concern. The impact of this development are significant and unresolved. Roadway congestion, school overcrowding, lack of employment, strained utilities, and already unacceptable first responder times. Approving a project of this magnitude without addressing those issues would place an enormous burden on the residents and emergency services. This board has repeatedly voiced opposition in high-density developments. While growth cannot be stopped and property rights must be respected, that does not mean every proposal should be approved as presented. This board has both the authority and the duty to act conservatively and responsibly. Lake County should not be transformed into a concrete jungle. We have already witnessed the consequences of overdevelopment, most recently through flooding and property damage in some of our densest areas just months ago. Ignoring those lessons would be negligent. No one here is attempting to take away property rights. We are demanding that responsible planning that protects our infrastructure, our public safety, and our way of life. This proposal, as currently presented, is unacceptable. At a minimum, it must be substantially revised to significantly reduce density and overall impact before to consider approval. I was told before this ever came to a public meeting today that the agenda item had already been approved 4-1, with Commissioner Sabatini opposed. Funny enough, he's not here, which makes sense as his consistency stood against overdevelopment. When I questioned that, I was told, well, at worst it would be 3-2 because we're not sure about Morris yet, but the other three have been on board since day one. That statement alone should concern every resident in this county. I was also told that there had been meetings and conversations about how the vote would pan out and how certain commissioners were going to vote. If true, that is a direct violation of Florida sunshine laws, which exist to protect transparency and the public's trust. Finally, one of the property owners personally told me, "We're friends. I'll support your campaign, but I can't do anything publicly until your opponent votes for my property." That raises a very simple question. How do you already know she's going to vote? Is it because of the $3,000 that's already been donated to her campaign from your family? Or is it just another good old boy deal where the outcome was decided long before the public ever had a chance to speak? Either way, this is exactly why people have lost trust in our local government and exactly why transparency, accountability, and sunlight matters.
All right. You guys, I know you want to clap, and that's fine, but we don't clap at meetings, so please don't do the clapping thing. All right, so we're going to do Vance Yocum and then Jimmy Crawford.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't wear my Leslie Campion T-shirt so that they started clapping.
I don't think they would clap for you.
Okay, I want to thank everybody from the public that's come up here and give public input. I think you'd all give yourself a clap, and that later, not. Anyway, I'll just stop with the jokes. I got just 3 comments that I wanted to talk about here. One is that the traffic study and other study consultants are chosen by the developer. I brought this up before, I brought it up at cities, and I've said that that is wrong. You, the county and the cities and your planning staff should be the ones hiring objective planners and reviewing their work to ensure that it is objective. And I really personally think that after reviewing 2 or 3 planning traffic studies, that some of them are just full of gibberish just to throw people off. I really think that you need to do that and change that. Secondly, and it's same for the other consultants that do environmental studies and everything else. And then you just route the cost to the developer and work that. Secondly, property rights. Everybody says that the owner of the land has property rights to develop and create a 500 or 5,000 unit development and in my opinion, ignore the traffic that's out here. We are not a flat county. We have lakes, we have a lot of lakes and narrow areas for roads, and there just isn't the ability to move traffic that I saw like in Orange County, California, where I used to live. They had a master plan and they had right-of-way that they owned before they even built, and for wide roads. But so my view is that who has the most right? Is it the property owner that has property rights, or is it the public to have a constitutional right, which is happiness? And I believe everybody's unhappy driving on the roads here because of what the property owners are doing. And I think that somebody needs to raise this issue and go to the Supreme Court and argue the fact, does owner property rights oversee the right of public happiness in the case of constant high traffic and all the regulations that are all pro-developer? I really think that you need to stand up for that, and I noticed that at one time Melanie hired someone that was a specialist in Supreme Court rule and used that. And finally, roundabouts. I gave the book on roundabouts to one of your previous planning managers, and the big thing is make them flat so that you don't have all this shrubbery and everything blocking it so you can't even see whether a pedestrian is partway around the thing, okay? And it's a lot cheaper, too.
All right, thank you. Jimmy Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Jimmy Crawford, 380 West Alfred Street, Tavares, Florida. And I've been a land use lawyer here since 1994. I don't represent anybody in this deal whatsoever. And this is the first time I think I've ever spoken on a case that I have nothing to do with. But the comments today, and I don't blame any of these people for being here and for saying what they're saying, it's indicative of a high-growth county and what the state has done to. You're riding a runaway horse with one rein because Tallahassee is taking the other rein away from you. And I want everybody to understand that however this goes, you ought to talk to your legislative people, because here's what happened in the last 10 years. The state has taken over traffic and school concurrency. You cannot deny a project based upon that if they offer their pro rata share, which they've done more of. They required you to adopt a comprehensive plan that plans for 30 years worth of growth at the numbers that the state gives you. You can't say, you know what, we plan for no growth, we're just gonna not. You can't do that. Your comp plan will get rejected, you'll get sent back to do it again. They require you to accommodate the expected growth. They've taken away your architectural regulation. The stormwater rules are largely governed by the state and the water management district and out of the county's hands. And then finally, the biggest blow, SB 180 last year, took away your ability, at least now, to adopt any more restrictive land use or zoning regulation. So I think riding the wild horse with one rein is an adept situation or description of the situation. Conservative principles, I've always believed, have meant that the government closest to the people is the best government. I and any of these people can call their county commissioners and get a meeting if they have a genuine issue. I can't call the governor. I can try to work up a channel and eventually get some lowling from the governor's office to call me back, but I've got zero pull on that. Washington's even worse. Tallahassee doesn't agree with that at this point. There's a lot of conservative lawmakers who want to take more control from you guys. This is not a pro-growth commission. I know I'm not supposed to talk to that. I get routinely projects denied, and I go back to the drawing board and try to redo them, just as this team has been doing for years. I'm not saying for or against that. And lastly, Mr. Yoakum, who's been a great advocate for this county for decades now, the constitutional right is the pursuit of happiness, not happiness. Thank you.
Michael Hill?
How y'all doing? Michael Hill, live at 2260 Interlaking Lane in, sorry, Eustis. Really, I'm up here, guys, to give an educational piece on agriculture. I'm a fourth-generation farmer, third-generation Florida farmer here in Central Florida, and I'm 38 years old. I'm the youngest farmer that I know. You know, the Whitakers, we work with them. I'm also a packer, so we have our own farms. We farm 500 acres on Jones Avenue. Also have Amberbrook Farms in Eustis, where we're open to the public. We grow blueberries, strawberries, peaches, and we try to invite people out to our farm. I'm trying to stay in farming. And I'll tell you right now, it is not easy. And most people, I hear all the time, they say, well, we want our groves. We love seeing our groves. Well, what do you like, seeing dead groves? Because it's not profitable. NAFTA was passed 25 years ago. Florida is a state that you grow fruits and vegetables in. That's always been our thing that we grow in Florida, is fruits and vegetables. NAFTA was passed, basically a free trade agreement with Mexico and Canada. Since then, it isn't the houses that have taken our farmers out. It is trade. We have to compete with a high labor cost, right? And we're paying 10 to 15 times more in labor in a free trade environment. That means that our profits are gone, okay? So citrus used to be grown. There used to be 240 million boxes produced 15 years ago. There's 12 million now. The Whitakers have citrus that are hanging on their fruit. Right now, it's not worth anything. They can't even get it picked. And there's only 12 million boxes being produced. Law of supply and demand will tell you that you go down by 10 or 90% on volume of something, typically your price goes up. Well, no, you can thank Brazil for that. They've imported so much that the American farmer can't even make money. Okay, so I'm not here to talk about roads or anything else. I'm just here to talk about, Mr. Randall, you talked about bees, right? How you could be profits taken away. Well, I promise you, pretty soon there will be no profits for anybody in the ag business, okay? My kids, like I said, I'm the youngest one. The Whitakers don't have somebody farming less than 60 in their family. Okay. What's that? No, I'm just telling you all, I'm a realist here, okay? I'm a realist. I live and die off of farming. 100% of my income is off of farming. Okay, most people, they have their houses and their acreage and they hobby farm. I'm telling you guys the reality of commercial farming today in America, and especially in Florida, because we have to compete with Mexico. Okay, I'm up here just to give you guys an educational piece on the realistic future of farming in Florida. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have anybody online? No. And the last card is Brandon Hartzog. Okay.
I think Mr. Williams covered it in his, we were looking at the donations that your campaign has got from the Whitaker family.
Okay, those are our speaker cards, and is there somebody else that turned in a card that we don't have? I'm under, okay. And then we're going to take a break. Okay. After this, we'll take like a 10-minute break, and then we'll start back. Is this Justin? Sayre. Later.
My name's Justin Sayre. I actually am a resident that lives right next to Phase 8 of this current project that's going to be out there. I'm also in the industry of construction and understand that nobody particularly cares for growth. It is an inconvenience. The roadways around here are a struggle, but you cannot always just put that on the man or the woman who's selling that piece of property. If he was to break that piece of property up and sell 50 acres at a time, you wouldn't hear a peep or anything. It'd come through here, and off it would go. The reality behind it, he's doing everything in his power to try and better the project. The roundabouts, I understand people don't like them. 561 and 455. That roundabout has saved so many incidents at that area. As you come down off that hill flying, the roundabouts do work. They are an inconvenience. It does help to slow the traffic down. The reality behind it is everybody's entitled to let their land go. If it's not profitable, what are you going to do? Be land rich but don't have a dollar to be able to pay your bills? At some point in time, something has to transition and change in that aspect. And I believe that this project's trying to do it by making the roads wider through the project, giving us a little retail section out there. It's creating a city inside itself. And that is a dream and a future that all of these communities should go up. No, you can't put a community in and then turn around and say, oh, well, the infrastructure comes later. Infrastructure has to come first. The intersection of 44 and 452 at the Lake County Fairgrounds, it is not fair to say that that intersection would have had issues for years. That this gentleman who's trying to get rid of a piece of property, that it becomes his responsibility to take on a brunt of that. Yes, he should earmark money towards that. But the reality behind it is that infrastructure and stuff has to start becoming sooner. And that is the county commissioner's responsibility, to turn around and try and help make sure that our infrastructure is out there. And that's what these reports and stuff do. Are they always right? No. Does everybody try to get the best information that's out there? Yes. And at the end of it, I think that this project right here will be beneficial to that side of town. And it is going to inconvenience me as most as anybody. Because I literally drive down Lake Yale Circle multiple times a day. 452, Apiary, all of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll reconvene. No, he said nobody was online. All right, we're back in session. Usually what would happen is the applicant has an opportunity to do rebuttal or to address issues that they feel they want to address before we bring it back for deliberation. Is that something you want to do, or are you? Okay.
Just took some notes on public comments and just wanted to hit on a couple of different points. In terms of transportation methodology, we heard a couple of comments about that. And the county has a set process, and it's not simply unilateral that the owner or developer gets to come up with a methodology, put together a report, and send it over, and it's blessed by county staff. It's very different from that. It starts with a methodology that comes from the county's transportation planners and engineers and is given to the owner or developer's team. They then go forward and actually carry out the work based on that methodology. That includes traffic counts, looking at background data. The methodology includes the most current data that's available, as well as projected growth rates of the county to look forward. It's not static. It's forward-looking to determine what the transportation modeling is going to look like in the future. And then once it's complete, it's brought back to the county. County's own transportation engineers reviews the report and either accepts it or requires modifications. As Mr. Ray had already commented on, that process occurred here, in which the actual transportation study had to be reperformed. That caused some slight delay on this project coming back before you in order to accomplish all of that work before it's finally deemed complete. It's a rigorous process that it's not unilateral at all. It's actually driven by county staff. In terms of roundabout design, that hasn't been determined yet. We're at the comp plan and the rezoning phase, where I identified that the infrastructure improvement is going to be made, but ultimately that's going to be determined, because it is going to be, at the end of the day, a county-owned facility. It's going to be determined by county staff on what the roundabouts are going to be designed to. And so we believe those are the best and ways to handle the two intersections on 452. We think they do serve as transportation calming, which we've heard a lot about, both from staff and here today, about how fast people are driving on 452, and we think they will be effective in trying to get those speeds down. In terms of the development agreement, we heard infrastructure first, development second. That's exactly what that 45-page development agreement is driving towards. It's rather innovative, we believe. It might be unprecedented for the county to, at this stage of your all's review, to have it implemented where we have a multiple infrastructure improvements that are going to occur, many of which before the first home is even built in the project. And it front loads all of them to be completed in the early phases of the development. And we think that's a rather unique model. It departs from what would otherwise be required by the county code or the state laws. And then in terms of the property itself, I think it's important to remember that it's not raw land. It's been in active agricultural production for some time. Getting to know Mr. Cliff Whitaker through this process, I think if it was up to him, he'd farm it forever. But I think he's also realistic about what that future looks like. He's getting older. He doesn't have the next generation to hand the farm off to, and even if he did, whether it would be economically feasible to continue to operate, there is some question. So they really have taken the time and effort and look at this as this property's been in their family for generations, and they really do look at the project as a legacy for them. And I think that's shown based on the map I ended my initial presentation with all the neighbors, the adjacent folks, the folks that are going to be arguably the most affected by this project, showing their support for it, and not out here in opposition and writing or appearing here at the public comment. So with that, the team's available to answer any questions you might have, and appreciate the opportunity to come before you.
All right, thank you. Just a couple comments, and then everybody kind of weigh in and where you're at. But a word just came to mind, and that was the word objectivity. One of the things I pride myself on is being objective. And I heard someone say that they lived out here for 26 years. I mean, I don't necessarily want to tell you how old I am, but my family has lived there longer than that. I know this area. I know this road. I know how bad it is. I understand that. But if I was going to make an emotional decision and just base my decision on emotions, I would just choose to say, no, I want this to stay the way it is. I want that land to be in farming. I don't want it to change. My family lives there. I want things to be the same. I have sentimental attachment to that whole area. I want it to stay the same. But I can't do that. That would violate my responsibility as an elected official, as a county commissioner, to uphold the rules and the laws and the regulations that we're required to follow. And that is, we have to be objective. We have to follow the rule of law. And I know people are mad about development, but being mad about development doesn't give us the right to throw all of our rules and regulations out and our laws and our Constitution. It doesn't. And if we turn into that society, what have we become? Mob rule? Whatever the most popular post is, then vote that way? I'm not going to be that person. So if it means that somebody decides to run against me and kick me out of office because they're going to run on popularity, so be it. I'm going to do what's right. I'm going to be objective. I'm going to follow the rule of law. I'm going to adhere to the Constitution. I'm going to make fair decisions. And I'm going to look at the facts of every single case. Not every project should be approved just because you believe in property rights. But you shouldn't deny projects just because you think that, well, Lake County needs a moratorium, which again is illegal, can't do, but people tell us they want us to adopt a moratorium. So it's important that you have elected officials that are willing to stand up for what's right, even when it's not popular. So I just wanted to put that out there because it's not necessarily an easy place to be. But we have spent a ton of time looking at this and putting a lot of extra requirements that I've never seen done on a project before with regard to infrastructure being required to happen in advance. And ideally, that's how it would be great if every project in Lake County was looked at it from the standpoint of infrastructure in advance. And that is certainly, I think, a trend that could be started by this development review. Some of the concerns I had right off the bat was that intersection at 42 and 452. It's horrible, very dangerous. More people are using 42 to commute, to tourists, whoever's, I mean, it's just jam-packed. It's really hard to make that turn if you're going over towards Marion County, where you're in Marion, but going over towards Lady Lake and so forth. But I've talked to our Public Works Department. We're in conversations with Marion County and FDOT. That's outside of our jurisdiction. We cannot require improvements at that intersection. We can ask for them, we can advocate for them, and that's what we're doing. We're trying to get improvements made at that intersection. The Stavros area is problematic. It's been that way for a long time. Just the fact that there's a restaurant right there. Years ago, it was a convenience store. From the day that that was built, things got more difficult at that intersection, and that's been for decades. With Stavros being such a popular place for people to go, it's even harder getting in and out and maneuvering that area. The fairgrounds right now is kind of in a state of flux because the county is relocating the fairgrounds to Tavares. That property is owned by the county. There could be opportunities if the Board of County Commissioners were interested in looking at a way to maybe shift that intersection and maybe utilize some of that county property to create a better intersection there. Other than that, you would have to probably buy that business to really improve it. Adding turn lanes will help, but it's not going to fix that intersection. That intersection needs to be revamped. So I would just, ask the board to consider that in the future as we move forward as something that could be done in relation to us vacating the fairgrounds. We're going to see some widening, well, some shoulder improvement on 452 as a result of work that's going to happen over the next 3 to 6 months in that area. It is urban low, a lot of it. Rural transition, ideally, it would be nice if the rest of that rural transition would stay intact as a buffer to the rural. But I think the master plan is what convinces me that you're better off than just going with piecemeal. If you go with piecemeal, all you get is just neighborhood after neighborhood after neighborhood, and that, as was mentioned, that would just come in basically as administrative approvals. They wouldn't be PUDs, they would be below the threshold for PUDs, and you would just end up with a hodgepodge of housing as opposed to something that's master planned. So the idea being that we're trading off some additional units in return for a project that is a better plan. I really like the fact that they have dedicated property that would be used for like a community center, using the Whitaker House that's on the lake. The idea that there could be some retail and restaurants that people in Grand Island could go to, not to take away business from Stavros, but to maybe create another, couple places that people could actually go and not be on the road going back into Eustis or wherever, but actually doing something that is close by. So there's a lot of positives. And is it perfect? No, it's not perfect. But if we wait for perfect, we never could get anywhere. I mean, that's just an impossible measure. But I think that the attributes of the infrastructure being done in the phases and in advance is really critical. Couple more points I just wanted to make. The roundabout at 455 and 561, no doubt, has saved lives, and it works. We had a lot of criticism when that was approved years ago, but it has proved itself to be true, that it slows traffic and it actually prevents accidents. As far as, I did, one point I wanted to make, because we hear from the Chens a lot, and they come in, and we appreciate their comments and their critique of projects and so forth. But I think it is really important that when we get into this realm of, critiquing land use projects, that we do it critically looking at the facts of each case. But when everything is a no, vote no, 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 it's kind of like the flip side is the developer that comes in and wants everything approved. Doesn't care about the trees, doesn't care about grading the land. It's kind of like we end up with these two extremes. On the one hand, we have developers that will want anything to get more profit. On the other hand, we have people that say, no development, we should say no, we should have moratoriums. And I'm convinced, after watching what our legislature has been doing over the last couple of years, they're responding to those extremes. What they're doing is, because all of the pressure comes in to the local government officials to turn projects down, because people are mad, we've had enough, just say no, forget what your rules say, just say no. The legislature has stepped in, and they've basically been taking our power away and forcing us to approve things that we don't necessarily want to approve. For example, Senate Bill 180, they took away our rights to make new regulations that were tougher regulations. We couldn't even address issues after Milton to try to improve our stormwater management because they took it away. They said we couldn't do anything. Live Local, most recently, Live Local forces local governments to approve affordable housing projects without the local government really having a say at all. And I think that the reason why they've been doing that is because we have these two extremes. If we could just work together and look at cases like this on a factual basis and look at it for its merits and try to address the issues that are the most plaguing issues, like the transportation, then that's how local government should work, us all working together instead of being so polarized. So that's where I'm at. I think that in the long run, if all of these improvements are done the way that they're put in this development plan, then it can actually be a plus on the transportation side as well. Next, Commissioner.
Okay. Well, I'll just start off and say I certainly appreciate everybody coming. It's always good to see you participate in government, even with comments that are comfortable or uncomfortable. So I still appreciate that and appreciate everybody's input and being involved. I mean, I respect a lot of what the chair has already said about process. I just will say that I have known, I respect your family living out here and you knowing this area very well, so I know that you've done a ton of research, even probably beyond what I've done and what I know from perspective. And I'll start with the Whitakers. Having, even long before I was elected, watching the process of planning in the county and, you know, the same issues we're hearing now about not being suburbia and the growth and everything occurring, same questions were brought up 20, 30 years ago, and having actually seen them be a part of the process for almost 20 years, I think it's important to point out that what I see a lot of is about, I don't know, maybe 90% of these kinds of applications or smaller ones or maybe bigger ones that come in front of us always have home builder X from Atlanta or home builder Y from Tampa paying the money, $500, $750 an hour to attorneys and everything to come forward and present a case of quote plan for us. I just know from what I know personally, in this case, I think it's just important to point out whether you agree with this or not. They, from day one, started this on their own. They didn't have home builder Y from Atlanta lead the process contingent upon getting entitlements. They had a vision for the property. I know whether you agree with it or not, they're pure of heart and wanting the best and something better for the next generation and paying out of their pocket. I can only imagine how much money they paid on their own to do this versus a home builder. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe $1 million, seeing some of the consultants there, it might be up towards $1 million on their own over the years to do this. So I say that because that's something I think is important to point out that it's a little different in this case. I mean, Wellness Way and Wolf Branch Innovation District were county-led, not developer-led. This is another case that's being led by the agricultural family, third or fourth generation, fifth generation, up front to get something that's not contingent upon something they do or being driven by the developers from out of state or even in state that are publicly traded. So I think that's something that's important to point out. I do have a couple questions if we move forward with if this is approved with maybe a minor but important detail within the PUD that I'll express in a moment. But also want to hit on the point that, again, and I know the chair brought this up as well, this does avoid hodgepodge planning, death by 1,000 cuts. South Lake, where my district is a perfect example of death by 1,000 cuts. So I think it was mentioned somewhere earlier, maybe it was a speaker, and I will attest this is totally true. What the Whitakers could do and could have done 20 years ago is visualized in their mind, I'll separate out 50 acres at a time, and I will fly under the radar and have these developments approved, and you will see nothing but houses, and that's the case, if that is the case. And I know that for a fact to be true. In South Lake, there were a lot of instances where that occurred as well, and that is not something we want. This is about, it's not, certainly it's not going to be perfect, but I do respect the process and the applicant in this case, trying to make every effort. And I do recognize wholeheartedly, and the board knows this too, I don't think it is a constitutional property right to allow anything to occur. And I think there's really good reasons that we can say no. But I think if there's also a due process to respect and something that's overall better for the community, I'm not saying it's the best, but there's something that could be better than what would occur, then I think we do have to be objective about that and look at it as well. So I'll express my concern over if this were to move forward, I would certainly want on page 5 of the ordinance, section F, the buffers, you mentioned 100%, or you mentioned right plant, right place, Florida friendly. You know that I always say no, it has to be 100% Florida native. Right plant, right place is fine, but 100% Florida native I've been asking for that for years, so that would be something that if we move forward that I'd want to make a change on. And I think that's it for now. I'll listen in on the discussion and maybe reserved time if I need to participate in the discussion.
So I have a couple of issues with this project. Let me just say this, that I don't like it to where someone says, well, this is your property, but you can't do anything with it. That, to me, I have a problem with that. Because the property owner has a right to do what he wants with the property. However, we do have some rules and regulations, and there's some things that I can't get over. One is the not being 100% sure on the roundabouts. It's a if may type of thing. So if we can't get it's going to be a roundabout, then I said it earlier, I'm out. I never have liked 40-foot lot lines. I think the lot lines need to be minimum of 65 feet in all of Lake County, or 6,500 square feet total in the lots. I've said that since I was in the city of Tavares. I also don't like the idea that this is an age-restricted community. I don't know why it's an age-restricted community, but I have a problem with the age restriction. And then taking away the rural transition from rural transition to urban low. I know it's only 400 homes, but it's the transition portion in there is for that. It's the transition from urban low through the transition zone to rural. And if we don't continue with that path, then you're going to have urban low to rural, or the people in the rural area are going to say, well, you let these guys over here in the transition zone go to urban low, and now it's contiguous. So, but those are my hang-ups, is the roundabouts, the 40-foot lot lines on the age restriction, and the transfer of the rural transition.
Commissioner Morris.
I simplified it. They can do 1,200 homes mishmash. They can do 1,600 homes that are planned. I'd like to find something in between, quite frankly. I'd like to, I'm really distressed with the way that we do the impact fee credits. It's always bothered me, because it's like they're paying the money, but they're going to get it back. And it's like a big deal. Their investment is $1.5 million. What I want to see is every bit of a road system done before the first house is sold in there, the way we did Heritage. And I think that's accountability on both sides. I appreciate Mr. Crawford. I don't agree with him that often, but I agree with you, Jimmy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We're in a box. And what I don't want is another lawsuit. We've got enough of those. That's my opinion.
All right, before we look for a motion, somebody's got to wrap that up with everybody's different. We either need to negotiate over those various issues, or somebody puts forth a motion. But I do want to make one comment I meant to say, and that was that there's a difference between sunshine law and quasi-judicial discussions. And Ms. Blancett is not here anymore to hear this, but sunshine law is when more than one commissioner gets together and talks, and they're not supposed to do that. They're supposed to be in a meeting. That's sunshine law. Quasi-judicial discussions are when we talk directly to someone who has an application. And by law, we're allowed to do that. In fact, if you don't do that and you refuse to do that, you're really not doing a very good job as a commissioner, because you're not getting all of your information. You're not gathering all the facts. So that just by virtue of having discussions with people, that's actually encouraged, not discouraged. So I just wanted to make clear that there's no sunshine violation.
Is there a possibility that we could have the developer come up and talk to Commissioner Park's concerns about the landscaping, my concerns about the way the infrastructure is going to be done, and possibly
Certainly.
less on housing?
It's your,
Either that, or I may suggest that maybe have the developer, after listening to us, come up and get the answers that we're asking first before we move for an approval or not approval.
can I just make a statement too about roundabouts? We've seen them done where they've shifted them so that instead of a straight line and you have a roundabout and you come down, you actually move over to the property.
That you own.
That's what the Simpsons did, moved over to their property and got the roundabout on their property.
And we feel very good about mandating that it be a roundabout at apiary. It's the fish camp that we're just concerned about having adequate right-of-way, because we only control that northwest corner of that intersection of 452 and fish camp to be able to even accommodate a transition one direction or another. If you want to mandate it, and if that gets us to where we need to be, I think we can live with that, because it is our intent. We'd rather have roundabouts there than a signal. It's just in talking with staff and being at the juncture we're at with this project, at the comp plan and the rezoning, we just don't have a design yet to be able to, with 100% certainty, know that a roundabout will work at Fish Camp and 452. Now, if we want to modify the development agreement to make that the requirement, I think we'd be willing to do that and take it as far as we can, knowing that if we can't achieve that, well, we might be coming back before you on our hands and knees with an explanation of why that can't happen. In terms of the unit count and the infrastructure, what's before you today was based on the whole transportation methodology on the 1,600 homes, which, a portion of which are age restricted. And to change that likely changes potentially what the transportation generation is, and potentially changes what infrastructure improvements would come out of less homes and less traffic. We feel good about where we've gone with your staff and the fact that, like, what's being presented to you, and Ms. Marsh might be able to comment on too, is innovative in that, and it's unprecedented, because what we have done for the entirety of the build-out of the project is front-loaded those infrastructure improvements to occur in the very, if not before there's any development, meaning someone in a home, it's in the very early phases. Under your traditional transportation concurrency process, it's more of a pay-as-you-go, where you have to meet transportation concurrency as you build out a project. So each phase would go through it when that phase is coming forward for a plat, or if there's multiple plats. And so that would have us, meeting the requirements we're doing here in this transportation agreement over a much longer period of time, and which could otherwise would just be met with a proportionate share funding arrangement, which goes in the county's coffers, and there's no real improvements made in terms of a physical improvement. It goes towards an improvement, but ultimately the county would have to build it. So we think we've been very innovative with that. We think we've been very conscious and working with staff on what phasing they wanted to see in terms of what improvements come when. Obviously, we've spent a lot of time on this, and we're up against the deadline in terms of the state's requirement to have the adoption hearing for the comp plan occur within a period of time of the transmittal that happened in late last year. So, but obviously, we'd love to work this all out with you today. Roundabouts, I think we can agree to commit that those can be a mandate as part of the development agreement, both at apiary and fish camp. A reduction in the size of the projects are probably more difficult for us, just because that could change the analysis, right? And we don't want to go back to the drawing board. We spent a lot of time on this and trying to get this before you. But obviously, if happy to hear your input too, commissioners, on what you would like to see.
The question about age restriction, so I think you kind of answered it. Basically, lowers the trip generation. It makes less impact on the schools. So you only have to account for students that are coming from the houses that aren't age restricted. It probably helps with your price point, because you're geared to somebody who's maybe able to afford a more expensive home. So I'm sure it factors all into their business
And the grand
analysis.
vision, right? Someone can start at a neighborhood edge, large home, and as they transition and want to still live in the community, they can move more interior of the community and live in maybe a more of a villa or a smaller home.
Yeah.
That's much less maintenance for them, or perhaps even a townhome, but stay there, it's their identity. They'll be able to still enjoy all the other.
Is it possible, though, like in the ordinance, that it could say that it gives them the option, so that it's not like mandated by the ordinance, but then that would be, depending on what they impose on themselves, then that would dictate things like trip generation, or is that not ever done in a PUD?
We could do it, but you'd also have to have contingencies regarding the transportation agreement, because again, as he said, if they opted to do just regular housing, you're going to have a higher trip generation. They're going to be required to do more improvements, which are not being addressed in the agreement. So I don't think the board is going to want to give them the option to go to a higher or a non-restricted.
And if they did have, say, a big developer comes in and wants to do the whole project and they want to do something different, it would have to come back to the board and it would have to be changed.
I think that would be appropriate, is to bring it back so you can reevaluate it and the transportation component.
Okay.
Answer your question. Sure did.
Are you like on the 60-foot lot, 65-foot lots? If you want to put your motion together, it's up to you.
No.
So just as a recommendation, I would suggest that you vote on the comp plan amendment first, because if that doesn't get approved, then I think the rest of it is probably not a point of discussion.
Question for that, for the comp plan. Some of these are finer points, some of these finer points that have been discussed that are important on the commission. Is that going to be part of the zoning ordinance?
That would be part of the zoning.
Okay, so the comp plan is
Is changing the 200-something acres from rural transition to urban low.
right, okay. And without, again, all the conditions and the questions and the traffic concerns, and are we doing this and possibly lowering the number of units, that's more of a zoning. I know.
That's
Yeah.
a zoning issue, correct?
Yeah, okay.
All right, I'm just looking to see if anybody's going to make a motion or not.
Commissioner Parks?
Why do you want me to make the motion?
No, I mean, it sounds like we've got, Commissioner Smith is basically saying that he's not in favor of changing RT to urban low, even if it results in all of the things that he lists, his other list? Or are you in favor of switching RT to urban low if you get these other things? Would you be in favor of that if you got your 65-foot lots, got rid of the age restriction, made the roundabouts mandated? Would that, and, yeah, I think those were your items.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of wordsmithing on the fly here. I said my concerns. We've given them plenty of opportunities to take certain actions that they're not taking, so I'm not in favor.
Why don't we do this? Because we've gotten some good comment today. Why don't we, I'd like to suggest maybe we table this or continue this to the next available hearing so we can take back the feedback that we've received. And then if it's before, obviously we'll defer to your all's judgment, but.
Well, you've got either a 3-1 or a 2-2, and 2-2, you're failing, so.
Yeah, so
The fifth commissioner would have been, is he online by any chance?
No, I've been checking.
Okay.
So your next available hearing date, if you choose to table it, would be February 3rd.
Okay. I mean, I think in light of the path that they've been on for such a long time and the time and money that they put into this, that their request is a reasonable request. They know what the concerns are. They literally have to put pencil to paper and figure things out.
Yeah, I would agree that it gives them time to go back and go over some of my concerns and some of Commissioner Park's concerns and yours and Commissioner Morris's, and it gives them, about 28 days to do that? So.
Okay, do we have a motion on all items related to postpone until February 3rd?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all right, so we'll pick back up February 3rd, and there are a list of issues. All right, moving ahead, we have our next item, which is tab 4. All right.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, the Office of Planning and Zoning Director, presenting tab 4. This is the O'Brien Road PUD Comprehensive Plan Amendment. This is a transmittal hearing for a future land use amendment. The requested action is to amend the future land use map to change the future land use category on approximately 68.3 acres from rural to planned unit development to facilitate the development program for a 41-unit single-family residential subdivision. The Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval of this item by a vote of 5-1. The location is south of West Libby Road, east of South O'Brien Road in the Groveland area. This project is proposed at 0.6 dwelling units per acre. If the large-scale amendment is approved by the Board of County Commissioners for transmittal, the companion rezoning request for the subject property from agriculture to PUD, planned unit development, will be presented to the board for approval at the same time at a forthcoming meeting. On July 31st, 2025, the applicant's development team hosted a community meeting to inform the public of their plans for this future land use amendment and rezoning. The subject property is located within the City of Groveland's ISBA. The City of Groveland provided comments for this, and they have provided comments that they are concerned about capacity for water and wastewater. They are against this amendment from a future land use standpoint, and they are against it for an increase in density in the area is not warranted, concern for environmental impacts, and an inadequate transportation infrastructure. Transportation has been reviewed by county staff, and the development is not anticipated to have a negative effect on level of service for traffic. Traffic impact analysis will be further reviewed as part of the preliminary plat review process. Neighboring parcels in this development area are developed at a similar density to this. Surrounding subdivisions are developed, some are a higher density. As stated, the City of Groveland will not provide water and sewer to the subject property. Well and septic is proposed. Any environmental concerns will be addressed if this is approved at the time of site plan approval. And that includes any fish and wildlife provisions for protected species. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions. Believe we may have the applicant here to present.
All right, we have the applicant.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jimmy Crawford, Crawford, Modigan Holt, 380 West Alfred Street, Tavares, Florida. Our firm does represent John and Vicki Mantione, who are the owners of this property and have been for several decades. They've lived on the property, and they are now retiring and need to do something to generate income on the property. It was agricultural at one time, as we've talked about for a lot this morning. I do not have a formal presentation. This has been a long meeting, and this is only transmittal of the land use plan amendment. It's not a binding approval for anyone at this stage whatsoever. Staff report says we're consistent with the comp plan and the LDRs. We've applied for a PUD land use instead of a straight upzoning of the land use to make sure that we are limited to our request, which is 0.6 units per acre. Mike went over some of the surrounding lots, but I think it's important to point out just the one thing. First of all, that the comp plan encourages a variety of housing types. Mr. Mantione first started thinking about this when he got calls from developers saying, gee, you're butting right up against a 4-unit to the acre development now, are you interested in selling? He has had relationships with his neighbors over the years, and he did not want to see this become more of that. So the 1 acre solid lots, 41 lots on 68 net acres, gives everybody a full 1 acre lot and 25% open space in addition to the stormwater. Mike went over the immediately abutting, which is I'm sorry, may I switch for that? This is my version of the $10,000 PowerPoint. We have 1 net unit to our north. We have 4 to our south. We have 4 to our east. And then to the west, we do have predominantly 1 to 5. Some are less because of lot splits and family density exceptions, but generally those are developed at a 1 to 5 unit net. And then if you take the adjacent and surrounding subdivisions, Groveland has either approved themselves or annexed after county approval 1,112 lots, 50 by 100. The average built density is 2.4 units to the acre. That's 4 times what our density is. Our request at 0.6 is 1/4 the average density that has been approved in the area previously. We do believe strongly in this. We don't want septic tanks. I missed that in the PUD ordinance, which is not before you now, but we want central. We will do an on-site system if Groveland will not serve. We are still hopeful that Groveland will serve us with utilities. I believe they have softened their opposition to this. What they have told me is they don't want the county approving any densities in their ISBA until they reach the updated agreement that is currently in negotiation with all the cities. I understand that, but I don't feel it's practical, especially since they've approved almost 1,200 lots in our vicinity themselves. With that, I want to listen if there are neighbors here that have concerns and try to answer those if I can, and be happy, of course, to answer any questions from the board.
All right, okay, we have 3 cards. Debbie Seifert.
I'd like to give Robert like 3 minutes.
We don't do that. Robert has a card too. So I understand, I'm sorry, but we don't do it because
That's okay.
once we do it once, then this.
I spoke at the last meeting, and it was about the little park area in the northwest or northeast corner here, to be a animal preserve rather than a park for people. I spoke with the attorney on that, representing the owner, and he didn't seem to have any problems with that. I do have a problem with this septic service thing. I'm not quite sure how that's going to be in our purview as far as, because they're wishy-washy. He wants to go with the city of Groveland for septic, but then we're gonna have a standalone septic that I'm not sure about that. I leave it up to you all to base your facts on septic service. They want to cross the roadway that we have, O'Brien, from Coralwood. You have to understand, we're Clay Road District. All these roads around this area here are clay. When you put a piece of asphalt across a road, that's a dam, and that's a downfall road there. It's just going to be washed over with clay. So my suggestion, I'm not an engineer, to pave all the way up to the West Libby Road area. That would be the only way that they could keep that road from falling back across the other road. Other than that, I don't have any problems with one house on an acre of property. I have 5 acres, one house. I think that blends in with the neighborhood. I have no problems with that. There is the problem with cut-throughs in our subdivisions for going to the turnpike. And I know this 41 acres will present more of a problem there. Your maintenance crews can't keep up with the clay roads out there. We have the heavy rains out there. They're devastated every time we have a downpour. So with that said, I leave it up to you to whether you want to vote for the project or not. That's fine. But with just a few limitations, one last thing, you have a 15-foot buffer. I'd like to increase that to a 30-foot buffer. I think the neighbors out there would appreciate that. You're going to leave the natural growth that's out there, the natural forest, because we do have the animal creatures that deserve to live there as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Seifert. Dimitri Sikraj?
I show stuff on my iPad or no?
You'd go over here.
Good morning. Everyone can hear me? All right. Good morning. My name is Dimitri Sukraj, broker and owner of Fortune Realty of Claremont. I live on Coralwood Lane, and my business is based out of Coralwood Lane. My grandma's actually the one that put in Coralwood Lane and deeded it to the county. So I'm very familiar with this overall area because I grew up there. Putting 41 houses on this piece of property will affect the area very negatively, with the reason being all of those cars are going to ingress and egress through Coralwood Lane, and South O'Brien Road is not paved. As Mr. Seifert just reiterated, every single time there is rain, that road is devastated. The county is there during rainy season basically every other day, making it drivable just so the residents can get through there. You know, we're going to see around 80 to 100 cars going down Coralwood Lane if this PUD is approved, and I just can't support that. You know, South O'Brien needs to be the main point of entry for all those cars. You know, this piece of property should stay at 1 to 5, and I stand behind that. You know, I understand that the property owner is trying to make the most out of, you know, their investment, but I believe that keeping this at 1 to 5, he can still make the same amount of money as he would changing or rezoning to PUD. So I personally hope you guys don't support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone online? No. Okay, Mr. Crawford.
Very briefly, we don't I agree with everything Mr. Seifert said, and we will make the park in the northeast corner a passive only. Not sure if pet preserve is exactly the right way or animal preserve, but we'll agree to no active park amenities. In that, it's a zoning question, not a land use question. Coralwood is paved, and that's why the county wanted our exit to go out at Coralwood and across. We will have to accommodate all the drainage issues and the stormwater issues of crossing South O'Brien Road at the permitting phase with both the Water Management District and the county. The on-site system, I would leave somebody better equipped to me to explain, but I do know it's a certificated utility system that has to be monitored, I believe, quarterly by a professional and reports made, and the homeowners pay into that on their tax bill just as they would if it were Groveland Utilities. That said, we still are hoping to find gophers. I'm reading gopher tortoises. Groveland Utilities. Gopher tortoises, the 1 acre lots actually help us a lot on that because we will have to relocate anywhere there is disturbance, but you don't have to do mass grading for the 1 acre lots. So we're hopeful that some of them will be able to stay and be, in backyards and all around the pet preserve or nature preserve and all of those areas. That said, it's just transmittal. We're still a work in progress, and we would love to hear comments from everyone. Thank you.
All right. I got a question about Groveland. I'm not quite understanding their opposition. What is it that they've told you that they would be agreeable to?
They would like it to stay 1 to 5 until the
Until there's a
adoption
revised-
of the new ISBA JPA, and they have cited that there's a 50% open space requirement for their overall area for this, and I would say they've used up a bunch of that with the subdivisions that they've approved, and then we don't disagree, and we provided 25% open space and 1 acre solid lots. And there's just a lot of people who don't want to live on that 45 or 50-foot lot with the small backyards and the community amenities. I understand that's great planning. New urban people love it, and that's fine. Some people want a 1 acre lot with a swing set in their backyard and no HOA to give them problems, and that's what we're trying to provide, is that alternative.
But are they basically saying, though, that we get our agreement in place, that then they would put a designation on it that would allow maybe the same number, but with 50% open space?
They have not said that. They have not given a formal answer. On the utilities, they originally said no, they don't want to serve it, and they don't think they have capacity. Later, Mr. Fish, their utilities director, has said perhaps is all he has said. They're still working out their sewer capacity and obligations.
Madam Chairman, the JPA with Groveland was approved in May of '25, so I'm not sure what Groveland's referring to. It's currently valid until May of this year, pending approval of a transportation agreement. But if you choose to transmit this today, we can certainly get clarification from Groveland before it comes back for final adoption, if there's any comments from the state.
Madam Chairman, if I may, let me show Groveland's last comment. It is on page 43 of your book. This was dated November 12th. They've had comments from June till now. This is like the 5th. The only comment staff had is provided below from Transportation and Public Works Director. No other comments besides that. And he says, septic tanks and well question. Continue to state we have concurrency capacity concerns with water and wastewater. City should consider formally opposing this with consideration of a resolution by City Council. That's the last formal statement that we have from Groveland. We are still talking to them on a bi-weekly basis.
Did the city of Groveland speak at the P&Z meeting?
No.
Okay. All right, so my understanding in talking with Groveland elected officials was they have concern about this for some of the concerns that the gentleman, the realtor gentleman here mentioned who lives nearby. That's the Clay Road District. It's open space. There have been mistakes made in the past. That has been acknowledged. A lot of those, if you look at that list, were 2015.
2017.
Yeah.
Several years.
After, done before their big plan, and they're trying to be, 50% open, do a lot of the stuff that we're trying to do, but quite frankly. So I think their concern from what I'm getting is, and we do have an active JPA, so that's one of the reasons why I kind of respect the dialogue, is similar to what the comments were made. Clay Road District, something like this, if the increased traffic on the Clay Road District, you're really trying to keep more of the 5-acre rural tract, maybe even something in between that type of a feel. This is more of a subdivision, so it looks like a subdivision. If you put it right there, then it's another subdivision, whereas I know you can subdivide and have 2.5-acre lots, for instance, or 5-acre lots even, but that's a little different than the pattern that as a vision that they want for that Clay Road District. So that's what they have told me, and that is, on the record, that's a big concern.
Sure.
Right now. But it doesn't mean something couldn't be done.
I understand. I think it's manifestly unfair to put the sins of the past on the shoulders of the present owners. And 0.6 units to the acre is still, we believe, a very low density. And then I would like to ask, what is a Clay Road District? I cannot find any adopted ordinance, resolution, anything designating what people talk about this Clay Road District.
Well, I guess Groveland could speak for that. I've heard the Clay Road District and passions around it for years now. I know you have.
Well, I know the South Lake County one, I understand.
Well, that's the Wellness Way, but
Right.
this is another one too that I know has been talked about.
I don't believe they have any special protections, and transportation concurrency is met.
They may not. I don't know.
We don't affect level of service at all.
Yeah.
And we would love to pave it. That's been promised for decades, and there's no right-of-way. There's no way to get right-of-way to pave O'Brien all the way up to Libby number 2.
Yeah, and I understand. And you and I, we can talk freely a lot
Sure,
about this
of
even
course.
outside. But this is one of those I kind of want to work with them. Not saying that this couldn't be done, but at this point I was hoping to work with them a little bit more.
Well, so are we.
Yeah.
And it'll be
Out
another
of respect
90
for the
days
JPA.
before this comes back to you for approval, if it's approved for transmittal, and we'll be able to work with Groveland, hopefully even more during that process.
I think the concern, though, is if you approve for transmittal, you're giving appearance that you're going in that direction. I'm not a big fan, as you all know, of going from rural to a higher density unless there was like extenuating circumstances, or we had a city that was, we were doing something that was consistent with what they wanted there. I mean, I like the idea that there should be neighborhoods where you can still have larger lots without having a 5-acre tract. I do like that. I think that we've kind of created this box where you either have to have little teeny tiny lots and community open space, or there's no room for, like 1-acre lots, which a lot of people like, So maybe if we were working something like that out with Groveland, something that was, achieving what their purposes, but also, consistent with what the property owners are trying to do here, that'd be different. I just feel like it's against, we really need to have a conversation with Groveland.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that. All I'm asking at the moment is for you to give me the chance to have that conversation. Now with a, deadline's not the right word, but a timeline, where if this gets transmitted within 180 days, we have to have the hearing to either vote it up or vote it down. And depending on your conversations from the dais, I don't think it signals any approval at all, other than the ability to try to understand the city's concerns and try to work them out. And if that doesn't happen, I completely understand where the vote's going to go.
We can't, you can, I'm sorry.
Question, actually, the problem I have is over a quarter of this property almost, yeah, over a quarter of this property is abated by or in conjunction with the city of Groveland.
Yes. With their 4-unit acre subdivision.
So, and you're here today to try to get a planned unit development designation.
Yes, sir. And again, that's what the ISBA and the JPA says I'm supposed to do.
Okay, that's fine. I make a motion that we deny.
Okay,
Is there a second?
all right, I'll second, just with some discussion, of course, but.
Yeah, I think they should go to Groveland. I think they need to be, this is the reason why we get beat up all the time is, you know, Groveland is looking for their city. They are contiguous with Groveland. They're going to get Groveland utilities. So Groveland should have more of a say than the county. It shouldn't be the county coming in and saying, oh, we approved this, now Groveland, you got to figure out how to work it. So he's wanting an answer, he's wanting a question, so I made a motion to deny, you seconded it, and now we're in the discussion
And just
phase.
along that discussion too, it's like I draw a line when there's already a land use in place and we have a city that's not willing to work with a landowner, being unreasonable. And then we adhere and honor what somebody already has, their rights under the county future land use map. This is a different scenario. Puts us in a completely different spot.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think you'd still have the chance to work with the city of Groveland, so I want to make that clear. I mean, I guess you could bring it, if there was something that they wanted to bring back, you and Groveland, you could bring it back, but,
I mean, if you went to rural transition,
yeah.
that would be, what, 1-to-1, 50% open space?
Yeah.
And then you don't have to, you
that's-
can
that's-
have rural
that's a
transition,
big
it doesn't mean you have to have I mean, you could take your density and actually lower it. I mean, you know, to have a bigger lot size, right? Meet your
Yeah.
open space.
I mean, you
could
bring up
just-
a good point. I mean, if this was a subdivision, you would have the 5, in the county, the 50% open space, so.
Yeah.
You could do that, and it would change the lot number and sizes, but.
It would change the sizes, which sort of defeats the purpose of trying to provide those larger lots.
Or you can do the larger lots, I guess, but, yeah.
Yeah. I understand the situation. I would rather not have a denial because of the continual fees and reapplying, and I would love to have it transmitted. I don't even know what a 2-to-2 vote does. I would ask Ms. Marsh on a transmittal.
You're the one that asked, you're the one that asked for a motion, and I gave a motion, we got a second, we're in discussion.
Yes, sir. Also, Ms. Marsh, I'm sorry, I hate to ask a question I should know the answer to, but are small-scale land use plan amendments quasi-judicial? I think they are.
Small scale?
Use them, that's.
Because they're
use
small
them,
scale.
yes, 'cause
They're treated differently, I thought, but.
Okay, well, I would also just throw out there then, for the record at least, that I don't believe there's any competent substantial evidence. Staff recommended that it was consistent with the code and the comprehensive plan. There's been no testimony on anything subject to expert testimony that would refute any of that. So I believe the competent substantial evidence says that we should transmit, understanding that that does not presage a vote when it comes back before you, if it comes back before you. If Groveland decides to open up their arms even a little bit, then we'll be there. This reminds me a lot of the Claremont one that we postponed, and now we have applied to Claremont for the annexation. Same type of idea, but a denial, frankly, Groveland, I'm sure you're listening, a denial hurts my negotiating power a reasonable amount, and sticks my client who's trying to do something the right way. We could wait 5 years and then do the 4-unit acre subdivision on it. You guys know what happens. I'd much rather cement it down with something unique and interesting. And I understand that if Groveland doesn't give it some kind of blessing, I'm not going to get that. I understand that completely. With that, I would like to be able to go ahead and transmit and have that time to work with them. And that's my best plea. Thank you, guys.
No, and I appreciate that. I'm just, for the record too, my objection is is, as I had stated before, the concerns over this essentially being a subdivision on clay roads and some of the issues that Groveland had brought up. And then we do have a real JPA with Groveland, and having that it's been, communicated that they have questions still. I respect the JPA, so that is the joint planning agreement that we have with them, so that's why I'm supportive of the motion.
And clay roads seem to be an issue. Although, you've got the level of service. It was indicated that you do, there's not a deficiency in the level of service. It's just that it's a lot of maintenance on the county side, on the taxpayer side.
So just to clarify, is the motion to deny, assuming it passes, is it without prejudice to allow them to work with Groveland or bring back something different? Because if it's not, then they have to wait at least a year, and there has to be a substantial change. So just something for consideration.
No, my motion was to deny outright.
You're not willing to amend it to
No, they
include
can go to
without
Groveland
prejudice?
and get it.
Okay, all right. I mean, you're good at negotiating, so I thought maybe you would appreciate the idea that you would do it without prejudice so that it gives them the opportunity to maybe negotiate something with Groveland, and Groveland comes back and actually tells us they're okay with it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, then they would have to annex into Groveland.
Not
It
necessarily.
doesn't stop them to annexing into Groveland, does it?
No, they could still annex.
Right, but it doesn't, but Groveland could come back and say, we're okay with X, Y, and Z, and it's staying in the county. They could. That would be the main reason to do it without prejudice, is to leave that option open for the property owner. I mean, I think that, I know you got a motion in a second if I call for the vote where it's going to go, but I think that it would be I think that it would be in the
Well-
interest of intergovernmental cooperation, actually, to do it without prejudice.
Call for a vote, and if it fails, then remake a motion.
I'll
okay with
okay.
me.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, I'm going to say, I think without prejudice is fine. I mean, they'll come back, he'll either get it denied by the Groveland and then come back again, and we'll be in the same spot. I understand that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I only asked just because it was your motion, and you have the opportunity to fix it if you wanted to. So the motion is to deny, and that is with prejudice. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say aye. Aye. All right. Do we have
I'll make a
another
motion
motion?
for denial without prejudice.
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes 4-0, and you're welcome to. Okay, last item on zoning is tab 5, the Butler property.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. This item is entitled The Butler Property. The requested action is a conditional use permit approval on approximately 2.5 acres to allow a fishing resort, a small-scale recreational camp within the Rural Residential District R1. The Planning and Zoning Board reviewed this item and approved it on their regular agenda with a vote of 5-1. The location is south of Lakeshore Drive and east of Hammock Ridge Road. The concept plan depicts, bear with me, 2,500 total square feet of rental cabin space, 200 square foot bathhouse, 400 square foot store, 600 square foot security building, a dock, boat slips, and some passive recreational areas. Subject property is located within the Green Swamp. April 9th, 2025, the application was provided to the Florida Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce had no comments. The subject property is located within the City of Claremont JPA. The city commented that they will not oppose if the conditional use permit is approved by Lake County, must be in compliance with the Claremont JPA regulations at the time of plan review. GIS maps indicate that the subject parcel is located within flood zones A, E, and X. I'll back up to this is the wetland overlay from the GIS map. This is the floodplain overlay from the GIS map. Public Works Department provided the following conditions for development. Stormwater management systems shall be designed in accordance with applicable Claremont JPA, Lake County, and St. John's Water Management District requirements. Any development within the floodplain will require compensating storage. The cabins must be a minimum of 18 inches established above the base flood elevation. All development should take place outside of the special flood hazard area. The proposed use is consistent with the comprehensive plan portion of the Green Swamp Rural Future Land Use, which allows outdoor small-scale recreational camps with a conditional use permit. Additionally, it's consistent with the comp plan that requires a 60% net buildable area as preserved as open space. This requirement will be met with approximately 81% open space. It's consistent with the LDR with approval of conditional use permit for fishing resorts, allowance of accommodations and accessory of sale items. The LDR allows for recreational camps to be comprised of not exceeding 20 developed acres. This subject parcel is 2.5 acres. There will be a requirement of the submission of a noise assessment at the time of the development submittal, environmental assessment at the time of development submittal. Sunshine Water Services has provided documentation indicating that the water service is available to the subject property and a septic tank is proposed unless there is service available. At this time, only water is noted as being available. The transportation concurrency was reviewed. This project is noted as having a de minimis impact. A request for exemption from a Tier 1 traffic analysis will be required at site plan submittal. Lake County Fire Station 109 is located less than 1 mile from the subject property. I'm happy to answer any questions. The applicant is here to address the board.
Okay.
Chair.
Do you need something?
I can wait if you want to.
Oh, we're going to do disclosures. Anybody have disclosures?
I have a disclosure. I talked with Mr. Butler before the application is, and I just want to clarify that, but
Oh, okay.
I don't, full disclosure, just wanted to put that on the record, so, not since the application's been in, but, and it's certainly been out to the site. It's pretty close to where I live.
Okay. Any others? I don't have any.
I don't have any.
Okay.
Great, thanks. Good afternoon now, Commissioners. Logan Opsahl, 215 North Yola Drive. I'll be very brief. Appreciate staff's presentation. We've been working on this one for a long time, going to Water Management District, state, FDEP, of course, the county. And so we're pleased with the result. Obviously, we're here on the use component, conditional use permit, this being a passive recreational, outdoor recreational activity. We'll talk about planning and zoning, just a couple things that came up during that meeting. We had previously submitted and gotten approval from the state for 6 cabins, and then brought back to the county, working with the county and trying to push those back, allow for the compensating storage, that 18 inches off the water table condition we heard. So that is why we resulted in the plan that was just shown to you, the 3 cabins. And again, that we have state approval for that as well. Couple items there too to note. You have the 2 access points, right in, right out, for the safety there before the bridge. You of course have similar use that historically to the west, your residential neighborhood to the north, and again here what's being proposed as outlined is your passive recreation. We have a project engineer if there's any specifics that we can address, but with that I'm happy to take any specific questions you have.
All right. Any questions?
I have a traffic question. I know the staff knows I'm asking this, but, so if you put up the site plan real quick, can you put it up? Yes, that one. So you see the right in and then there's the right out, which I think is a good movement on that road, but just want to confirm, so as you turn right in, there's an immediate right, that's a dead end at the property line. That's for cross-access easement. It's cross-access. It's an easement for cross-access is what I'm trying to say. So that, the intent is, because there was this adjacent site was supposed to be maybe it still will be, but a wedding center, visitation, whatever, a meeting place kind of thing. So obviously you want, and if you could pull out to the bigger picture, the problem for us on Lake Shore that we dealt with this even just a couple months ago is all the traffic from, poorly planned subdivisions 20 years ago in the past, and this road becoming an issue. Is we had a planned a traffic splitter, not a circle, but maybe a splitter across from the neighborhood Cypress Cove or Cypress Point. And so the ideal access will be if that's ever built, would be to go out that way. So that's the intent here? That's all, we're safe on that in the language of the PUD?
You said the main access.
I mean, the ordinance?
on that Western.
Yes.
Property, yeah, and I think there was, great care in putting that cross-access. I know, the applicant has been discussing with that property owner as well, so.
Okay, I just want to confirm, that was my one question, because ultimately that will be when that day comes, that'll help a lot in that area with traffic, just so the commissioners know, when I drive this a lot, it's still a problem. So.
Yeah, understood, I appreciate that, CUP, staff noted, we got to go back for the site plan anyway, and we'll make sure that's clarified throughout.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was my only question.
All right. Okay, do we have anyone online? No, and we don't have any cards. So we'll move forward. Do we have a motion? It's in,
It's in District 1. I'm
Yeah.
close enough, maybe. So I'll make a motion for approval.
Second.
all right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes 4-0. Wish you all the best. Hope it all goes very well, very successful. Okay, moving along then, let's see, on regular agenda, we had tab 12. This was an item Commissioner Sabatini brought up. I'm thinking that we just bump this to the next meeting when he's here, since it's his item. Although I want to use the opportunity to at least say that I was very surprised that the property appraiser closed their office for the last part of the year. I've never, ever seen anything like that done before. And from a real estate standpoint, a lot of closings happen at the end of the year. A lot of people are trying to get information. People are trying, it's just never been done as far as I know, and I don't understand it. And it just, I think it was a disservice to the people of Lake County. But anyway, moving on then to tab 13. This is the Silver Glen Run ordinance advertisement for the noise ordinance. I was actually out there yesterday. I think everybody that's been impacted negatively by the crazy noise wars that have gone on out there are really excited about the hope of this helping. I got to open it up for public comment? No, because it's just advertising.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, and under discussion, just to say thank you to Marion County. They got out ahead of this and they adopted it first. So all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Then moving then to tab 14, this is a recommendation to appoint Tylana Hill to the Well Florida Council as a Lake County consumer on that board. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. That passes unanimously. And then we have a closed session. So I'll call on Melanie to explain what we do next.
We do comments.
Okay, so I guess my first question is, do you want to take a break, or do you want to just go right through the closed session?
Yeah, keep working.
Keep working.
I'm okay with keeping working.
Yeah.
When do you want to do the comments, though?
Oh, do you want to go do our reports? Is that what you're thinking? And then bump back up? So then that anybody's here?
Either way, you have to come back into session, so you can do comments afterwards. Because we do have a court reporter, we have our outside counsel here. So if you want to go right into closed session now, that's
Okay,
fine.
let's do that.
Okay, so let me put this on the record, and then we'll shut everything down. As you're aware, I previously acknowledged the need for this closed session as authorized by Florida Statute Section 286-011 to discuss pending litigation against the county. Once the closed session starts, it will be confined to settlement negotiations or strategy sessions related to litigation and its expenditures. Once we start, the court reporter will record the entire session from when we begin to when we end, and will include all discussions in the proceedings, including the names of all persons present at any time, and whoever speaks. None of the session can be off the record. The court reporter's notes will be transcribed, and when the litigation is concluded, they will be made public. At the beginning of the session, the entity is required to give notice of who is going to be in the closed session. We're required to do an advertisement, a copy of which I have in my possession. The ad ran on December 22nd, 2025 in the Daily Commercial. Persons who are attending the meeting today are the county commissioners, Jennifer Barker, the county manager, Alexis Clark, assistant county attorney, and the county's outside counsel, Ralph DeMeo, and myself. I anticipate we will spend as much as an hour in this closed session. So this time, we'll have to ask anybody left in the audience and staff to please leave. We're going to shut down the recording equipment, and then we will come back on the record when we complete it.